Guys, can you still hear music or no? Is it just me? Did it turn off? Hey guys, welcome. I can hear myself. Am I echoing? Yo, I can hear myself. Why can I hear myself? How about now? You guys can still hear me. I can't hear myself now. Welcome to the lounge, Leah. I am. I'm home. I'm back in the studio. I'm so glad to be home, too. I am still hearing myself, and I don't know why. Oh, I know why. My dumb ass has YouTube pulled up in another window. Ah! Welcome home, Jay. Welcome home. I'm so glad. You guys, I replayed the audio from the hotel from my little lapel mic, my TikTok mic, and I need my hair done so bad. I'm so fuzzy. Wuzzy was a bear. So I am so glad to see all of you guys. I'm so happy to be in my chair with my coffee and my dogs, which you can't see right now. Hold on. We got to turn this on. Let me get my leash. Now we're in biz. All right. Let me give you guys a rundown. First off, I want to thank everyone. Mike Drop and Mom, welcome to the lounge, honey. Oh, Mandy, I appreciate you too. Hello, Potato and Shell. And Lucia and Jenny W. It's so good to see Punani, Hope Grace, Heathen. Hello, honey. Amanda, Marie. You guys are awesome. Daisy Dead, Melissa B. Mac. Hey, Mac. CEO Mac is here for the news. We've got 2 hours. Just so everybody knows, let me give you a quick rundown of how things are going to go today. So, Tough Tiff. I've got to give Tough Tiff a huge shout out. Tough Tiff actually set me up in a great hotel for the week when I was up in Michigan. And I had like a little suite. It was awesome. And Tiff, I just want to thank you so much. I had a great Mother's Day. I got to see my kids and see my family, and I really, really, really appreciate, and everybody who donated towards the cause. Appreciate you so much. I'm sorry that the Crumbly thing didn't work out, but they are appealing the Michigan Supreme Court. So that's why their hearing was canceled. So, hey, CR and Truth Don't Lie and Vicky Watkins and Allison. Yeah, whoops. Oh, whoops. You're not Judge Werner, CEO, so unyo yourself. But yeah, I'm really thankful for all of you. It was really, really, really nice, and I appreciate it so much. But I am glad to be home. So let me give you a rundown of what's going on here. So we're not live streaming. Let me just make this clear. We're not live streaming the hearing. We are, the judge does not allow live streaming. So we have to wait. So there's a pool camera that's going in, and I believe it's Court TV. Aw, thanks, Mac. So I believe it's Court TV or KOMO. I can't remember, but one of the two is going to be the pool camera. And then the Associated Press is doing still photography. So what's going to happen is they're going to go into the courtroom during the hearing. They're going to record. They're going to take still photos. And then we're going to get that in a file afterwards. So when they come out, then they upload it to this site. And then everybody who's in the media pool gets, we're all on the emails. So I'll get a link and then I'll download the hearing and then we'll watch it. So that's how it's going to go. And then also the still photography, we'll be getting all unedited images from inside the courtroom. So any images that the press is getting, we will also be getting unedited originals from the Associated Press. So it's really exciting stuff because, here at what's the 411, we're learning how to do things, and we're learning how to do things right. Because I think that you're going to see that a lot of people are going to want to get their news from more independent people who are scouring it all and breaking it down, because you just can't trust the news like you used to. I mean, look at News Nation. They've made a complete mess of this case. And I have to wonder, is it because of the non-dissemination? Because the media is pissed. The media is mad that they can't get their mitts on these public records. And so I think they're showing their ass. And we're going to get to Dateline in just a second. We've got little less than 2 hours. So we've got lots of time to talk. So, anyways, back to the hearing. So at noon, they're going to be in there. They're going to record it. And then when it's done, we'll get the video. And then following that hearing, there's 2 more hearings. So at 10 a.m., hi, Sinead, at 10 a.m. Pacific. So Bryan's is at 9 a.m. Pacific. 10 a.m. Pacific is the hearing on the non-dissemination order. So that's going to be the media, and the Gonsalves are actually fighting that. So that's going to be their argument or whatever they're doing in that hearing. And then there's another one at 11 a.m. Pacific. And that one is going to be where, and we can't listen to any of these, but That's going to be where the defense is talking about their exculpatory evidence. So that is the outcome of that is going to be really interesting. And it's going to be interesting to see how the judge decides, on keeping this, is it going to still be under wraps? Are we going to get to see more? Because obviously we already see a difference since Meghan Markle's off the case, because now we already are getting a recording at least. Whereas Meghan Markle was holding all these hearings in private. Oh, Lucia, no. Oh, Lori M. Thank you. You're the best. But it's getting worse, Vicky Watkins. Heathen, I don't know. I think it was Saturday. My Vine link was blowing up on my phone, and I was like, what the freak is going on? I don't know, Robin. We were looking for information on that. I didn't see any, Zoom information for Dee's hearing. Hey, Jammers. Hey, Cammie. Hey, Meg P. Hey, you guys. Someone else came in late, too. Who was it? Hey, Lex Luthor. How are you? Annie Pods. What's up? Leah. Oh, someone came in. Oh, Queen Bee of 2. Hey. She says, I'm ready for the truth. The actual truth and nothing but the truth. I don't know if there'll be cameras in the courtroom. Or I mean phones. I'm going to have to look at that order. You're right, though. It might be on Twitter. Let's see. Hey, onesies. So, you guys, we did a few polls, and we're going to look at those as well. But first, let's go over and let's talk about Dateline. Yeah, let me go to Twitter. Let me get Twitter pulled up, too. Because KOMO is the news from, I think it's Seattle. And they were the ones that stepped up to the plate and said, we will send the link out. We'll do the downloading and all of that stuff. So let's see who's going to be our best bet on the tweets. If you know of someone, and do not say Calf and Daffer. I'm not following anyone owned by News Nexstar or whatever. KOMO News. Let's see where they're at. They have not posted anything this morning about it. So I'm thinking, I don't know about all that. Oh, yeah. Live Desk. Let's see. 1 hour ago. They put a timeline and let's see what.
And he appeared in an Idaho courtroom for the first time back on January 12th.
This will be a particularly tough morning.
Ewan from the live desk. So how did we get here? Let's take a look through the timeline of the case leading up to Kohberger's arraignment today. Investigators believe he killed those 4 University of Idaho students during the early morning hours of November 13th of last year. About 2 weeks after that, Moscow police announced they needed help finding a white Hyundai Elantra that was spotted near the murder scene. A few weeks later, an arrest was made on December 30th. Kohberger was taken into custody at his family's home in Pennsylvania. And a few days after his arrest, he agreed to be extradited back to Idaho to face charges. And he appeared in an Idaho courtroom for the first time back on January 12th.
This will be a particularly tough morning.
Ewan from the live desk. So how did we get here? Let's take a look through the
Okay, it looks like Lynn Ann Nugent is going to be there. Yep. Our Luann Nugent will have a preview on KOMO Morning News starting at 4:30 a.m. She'll also be following the latest developments from the courtroom in Latah County. Later. See you later, Kohberger. See you later. Okay, so we went over the rundown of what is going to happen. And look at Streamlabs. It's working. Shell, it's working. Let's talk about Dateline real quick. I'm not going to read chat. I'm going to give you guys my little brief synopsis. I think that it was horrible. I think it was very dangerous reporting. I think it was unlike Dateline. I was actually really shocked. Usually Dateline is factual. This show was all speculation. It was nothing we had never heard before. But in all my negativity about the show, before I came live, I actually checked my email and I saw an email from Tough Tiff. And I was like, you know, she really makes sense. And this is what she said. If you don't mind me reading it, Tiff, I'm sure you don't. She says, has everyone watched the Dateline about the Idaho case? They literally are parroting all the things you guys have done research on. You are all complete and total geniuses. The panty suitcase girl, the stalking girl, and I am only halfway through. If you haven't watched it, let me know. It's fascinating. And I didn't look at it that way. Hey, Hellcat, welcome to the lounge. Oh, did someone donate? Melissa B, you are so generous. She gifted 5 memberships. We have 5 new Roberta Loungers, rather. And I feel like it was very, like, this guy hasn't even put in a plea yet. Dateline usually does their shows after the facts come out, right? Like they did with Heidi Broussard, right? We had the podcast. They arrested Megan, and we talked about how it all went down. And then they talked to her friends about their friendship. There was no, like, you know, slamming Megan Faramuska to the stake like they did with him. Even going as far, I mean, they didn't talk about Megan Faramuska's family and what they thought of her guilt or innocence. And then here we have, what's his name? Keith Morrison saying, and his family even went out to the car to look for evidence. You hear that? And how, if I'm going to be on the jury and I think, holy shit, even his sister thinks his ass is guilty. That is so wrong. So wrong. I mean, are they really that desperate for ratings? I can't see that they are. They're NBC, for crying out cats. And then I take a couple things into consideration. So, how come it's always Kaylee's family interviewed? These are a few questions I walked away with. Hold up. I got to get comfy here. Lex Luthor. Let's talk about this. The girl in Pullman with this security camera stuff. So let's think about this. Kaylee's dad once said that his Wi-Fi touch, or his phone touched their Wi-Fi. Am I incorrect in that recollection? Am I incorrect when I remember that he said that? That his phone touched their Wi-Fi. I don't know what to think of this whole security camera thing. Like, is there some truth in it? Is it really someone in Pullman, or was it King Road? Did he help one of those girls? Is that how he touched their Wi-Fi? Is that how the TV said no signal? A lot of you heard that. He was doing an interview. He did so many. It's hard to go back. I want to say it was Fox, but he's done so many. And he said that they were talking about how many times, like, oh, Bryan was there, 12 times, at least 12 times. And he says, well, yeah, he was close. Because then they talked about the towers. And you know how, like, the towers can pick up, like, within 14 miles or whatever it is. Dateline didn't go into that. They didn't say, oh, there's, a huge range for these towers. They made it sound like the towers are very, very precise. And they're not. We know that. So when Steve G said that he was so close that he touched their Wi-Fi, that means that his phone picked up the network. So like when you go on your phone, right? I'll show you. Example. And you go to Wi-Fi and it shows you all these networks you can sign into. Right? He touched one of those networks. How would he touch the network? So that really was weird. So, and I've never known Dateline to pay anyone, but I don't know, man. I don't know if they have new producers. It just was really, 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 really unlike them. And maybe they did have open Wi-Fi. Maybe he didn't need a password because maybe they had so many freaking people there that they just left it open. Crime Lies and Videotape says to connect to someone's Wi-Fi and create a digital handshake, you have to be within 100 feet. If you're not that close to your Wi-Fi, will automatically connect to your phone's data. Yeah, it might not have been secure. So why is it always Kaylee's family doing the interviews? Why is it always Kaylee's friends doing the interviews? Why no one else? Like, I know this Kayla girl mentioned Xana, but why is none of the other family doing this with Dateline? Why is none of the other family fighting the non-dissemination order? Why is just this one family standing out from all the rest? Yep, the TV said no signal. Mm-hmm. Sure did. Nikki, I'm not really sure. I think it means that his phone, like, maybe it could mean that it popped up in that list like I just showed you. Come on, come on, come on now, touch me, babe. I don't know, for real, but I think you're right, Potato. I think that's what it means, too. It means that you were close enough for it to pop up on here. Like, for example, like I showed you, these networks are all probably within so many feet of me, right? That's why they're coming up. And if I go into someone else's neighborhood, I'm going to get a whole new slew of these. So in order for my phone to even pick these up, it has to touch it, if that makes sense. It detects it. I guess that's a better word. It detected their Wi-Fi. I guess that makes more sense. Saying his phone detected their Wi-Fi is what he meant. So that bothers me because you have to be close. So if we have to, I mean, you guys, we have to think like logically too. There's all of these things that point to Kohberger. There's not just one. There's not just two. There's a lot. And not one thing is a smoking gun. And what we have to remember is that there doesn't have to be one thing that's a smoking gun. We don't have to have one thing. There can be 20 things, and you just can't dispute that. Sometimes circumstantial can hold up better. Can hold up even better. Because you just can't have that many coincidences in one scenario, if that makes sense. ICE. They were shocked to see BK and were expecting someone bigger or something. Someone like, yeah, maybe. It was weird though. I was kind of shocked when they were like, oh, all is forgiven. Like, if you look at this. Look at this. I want to show you guys. We're going to keep watching this report or two for any news. We still an hour and a half out, but I've got her pulled up. And if you guys find any better coverage, let me know. But we'll be looking at that Twitter. But I want to show you on YouTube when you put in You put Steve Gonsalves interview. And then you look at News Nation. Let's just look at their headlines. Let's just scroll through for shits and giggles. Okay. Here's some of the headlines from News Nation with Steve G. We have a mission 4 days ago. We're going to be there at every moment 4 days ago. All is forgiven. Message to Idaho police 4 months ago. We will forgive him. Parents of Idaho victim 4 months ago. 4 months ago. Gonsalves family still looking for normal. 5 months ago. Parents are frustrated. 4 months ago. Gonsalves parents seek justice and death penalty. 4 months ago. Oh, that's not News Nation. Okay, here's another News Nation. Gonsalves family experiencing inappropriate harassment, lawyer says, 5 months ago. Here's another one. 5 months ago. Family of Kaylee speaks about reports of stalker. Another one. There's so much intrigue that nobody called anybody. Analyst on Idaho Timeline. We appreciate the hard work. 4 months ago. Sister, True Evil was watching them 4 months ago. 5 months ago. Victim's family wants clarity. Who did this to her 5 months ago? I mean, this is just News Nation. Father speaks after arrest. And this is when he said, oh, you know, I felt bad for him. And then here's another one. Kaylee's dad. Kaylee and Madison died in the same room. Dad of Idaho victim worked on locks weekend before murder 5 months ago. Kaylee's injuries significantly more brutal 5 months ago. Like I said, this is just News Nation. Timeline step in the right direction 5 months ago. Family says suspects may have been cleared too soon 5 months ago. I mean, it goes on and on. How can you guys decipher this? Friend remembers university students. Like, who is this chick? Family of Kaylee on whether she had a stalker. We knew before everyone else. Idaho lawyer. Father reveals new details 5 months ago. I mean, goes on and on and on. It's like, I don't understand it. Vape shop manager. Kaylee had a stalker and feared him. I mean, all of these conflicting stories. It's maddening. I mean, that's one. Family of victim wants answers on alibis 5 months ago. Like I said, graphic details coroner gave to teen sister. And then the coroner says she didn't. I mean, you guys, this is madness. This is absolute madness. Hey, Paper Chaser. Good morning. I'm back in my studio. Mr. G wanted to go to preliminary and hear the evidence. Prosecution waited till the 11th hour to turn over discovery and went to secret grand jury. Doesn't sound like the case is solid. Yeah, and I did not like how they also on Dateline they portrayed this as like, oh, what a great move doing the indictment. Like, you know, that was just a way to speed up the case. Like, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Oh, I don't believe that shit. Do you guys believe that shit? Hey, Patrick. Hey, Mike Santa. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Make it make sense. So anyway, I felt like the Dateline was very unlike them. And I don't know, man. I just feel like, oh, Jesus Christ. We have an attack on in Russia that Agenda Free is reporting on.
Event of a contingency.
We can mute this and we can keep this up. We have a SpaceX launch going on right now, but we can talk while we have that on the screen. I just feel like that whole episode. Okay, so I'm going to be critical here because I guess in order to do fair use, you have to be critical. So I guess I'm going to unleash the bitch in me because according to YouTube, I'm going to have to do that. Oh, this is nice. Okay. So with the show, they're experts. Let's talk about their experts, okay? Their experts were Jennifer Coffindaffer. Start with that. That was your first expert. Your second expert was Greg Cooper from the Cold Case Foundation. I don't know if you noticed his embroidered crest. It was very prominent on his shirt, but he is a colleague of Chris McDonough. So he is from the group that Chris McDonough subscribes to, Cold Case Foundation, and Coffindaffer. And then you had the BTK's daughter in there. And then you had some doctor, and I didn't know who he was. I don't know who he is. I didn't look him up. But I'm familiar with Coffindaffer, and I'm familiar with the Cold Case Foundation. And I feel like they got some, I don't know how to put this without, sounding insulting. I'm not trying to be insulting, but I feel like they got some, like, people who are, online as ex-FBI and not really, like, experts in their field, so to speak. Oh, the lab. Yeah, that was new, Drunk Turkey. Hey, Drunk Turkey. I don't know which one you are, but hey, guys. I just have to say Big Blue cracks me the fuck up. That's all I got to say. That was new, the lab partner. Yes, he was like, how the heck do I know this guy? And then he was like, holy hell. That wasn't the husband from Hidden True Crime on Dateline. That wasn't him. I don't think it was him. Yeah, Gary Brucato. That's not Hidden True Crime's husband. I'm not a fan of Coffin Dagger either. She's really flipped the stuff, I'm not really sure what to make of all of that, but Drunk Turkey's right, though. The lab partner, that was new. Everything else seems... No, that wasn't him. That wasn't Hidden True Crime guy. Does somebody know Hidden True Crime's husband's name? I don't know offhand. Coffin Dagger. Yeah. I know I'm crossing the cases too. We've all done that, Luther. It's okay. Okay, mic dropping mom. Again, though, why have the G's been able to disclose Kay's injuries were most significant from the start? Why are the others not involved? Maybe I've been watching too much conspiracy shows lately, but... I mean, I guess... Yes, Dr. John. Thank you. Dr. John. Yeah, he was on the Lori episode. Jennifer throwing daggers. Coffindoffer. Yeah, Dr. John. And actually, there's a really, really good interview that I listened to on the plane yesterday. And it was Lauren from Hidden True Crime interviewing Daybell's neighbor, Chad Daybell's neighbor. And she was amazing. Coriander. She was an amazing lady. She was so honest, and it really gave some insight into the small town corruption of little towns in Idaho. It made me think a lot of Moscow. Annie Potts. Or not Annie Potts. Dana. Dana. That's so funny. I don't know when she did it. Let me see my history. It was really good. I'll share the link too. It was very informative. Here it is. Chad Daybell's neighbor. Let's see when she did it.
Hello, everyone. I am with someone.
A year ago. A year ago. Let me see if I can get you the link. And then you guys can save it. Hold on. I've got an email from the court. Hold the phone. How nice. This guy is really nice. Sounds like you're on the right path. If you have any questions about the pool distribution, the fold handling, it will be the ones to talk to. If you have any other questions, I'll be down at the courthouse today. Thanks, Nate. All right, we are good to go. We are legal. No one can turn us in, motherfuckers. Fight me, motherfuckers. Fight me on this broadcast. Damn it. Yeah, they do a really good job in keeping it factual and stuff. I like them. So I'm wondering what else I forgot to talk about with the Dateline thing. I just felt it was just really shocking. I'm still just... Well, you might want to come back later then. You might want to come back later because we are fired up over here. Thanks, Brookie. How you doing? How's your pregnancy going, Brookie? So I'm trying to think what else irritated me. I just felt that it was just so un-Dateline-ish to put all that speculation out there. Like his family was suspecting him. The person in Pullman had these things moved around, and then yeah, Lex Luthor, they will. Yep, all the media will drop it. But I get struck because motherfuckers turn me in and say, she's streaming your stuff or some shit. I don't know why. But I'm not taking any chances anymore because people on YouTube, and you know what? Thanks if you had your livelihood taken away because of News Nation and WFLA. I think that you'd be pissed too. Aw, Brookie, that's so cute. You'd be pissed too. I mean, they literally took a whole month of my income and just said, fuck you, Jay. So... And they're still striking videos from 2 years ago. I don't use their shit. They just struck me last week and put in the note section to YouTube that I'm a serial infringer. And then last night I tune in to some fucking station, and I'm nothing against this dude, but it's called like he was talking about Idaho before. It was like opinionated idiot or something, and he was fully just, oh hey, News Nation just put out two videos, and just straight up plays them, and no hate towards him. But why am I getting targeted here when there's people with 5,000 subs just streaming it like it's nobody's business? But I'm a serial infringer and I don't even use their shit. And it pisses me off. So yeah, I might use a few cuss words when I talk about that because I've worked hard for 5 years on this platform. 5 years is a long time to give up your livelihood, to give up your regular career and the money because you enjoy this and you have a passion for it. Sue me for $2 million. And now they're labeling me a serial infringer when I don't even play their shit. It's crazy. They know I can't afford an attorney, so that's why they're doing this. More power to them, I guess. I'm not even joking. Literally. Serial infringer. Yeah, there's several people that have it out for me. That's no secret, Melissa B. People don't like it when you do good. Like, they hate when you do good. Instead of doing good themselves, they hate on you for doing it. It's fucking dumb. It's been since always. So
Go to a defense attorney or a prosecutor, or you should be able to.
okay, so we have, I don't know if you guys ever watched Law and Crime, not one of my favorite networks, but Anjanette Levy is in Moscow and she put a little video out and I'm going to play it for you guys. Wow, there's 900 people in here. I didn't even know that. Hey, 900 people. Okay, let's watch this clip from her. She was actually in front of the house and she's talking about the oh man, are you kidding me? Chrome loss. Hang on. Go to system preferences. Unlock the screen by selecting lock in the bottom left corner. Oh man. They lied. I can still share my screen. Okay. So anyways, Anjanette Levy is there and she's like talking about this non-dissemination order. And I think that I think they're pissed. That's what gave me like the thought that maybe, just maybe, the media is like doing this dramatic shit because they want this non-dissemination order lifted. I don't know. We'll find out more today, obviously. Okay, this is going to be a freaking problem. Go to system preferences. All right, hold up. I got to go to my Apple thing. Who does? Mandy? Yeah, email me your merch ideas. Ah! Serial infringer. I am all over the place. All right, let me get my... I got to get Chrome back up here. Hold on. Go to system preferences. My coffee. You guys liking the sound, the music? It's not too overpowering. It's kind of chill. Okay, we should be good here. Hey, Heather Feather. We have a lot of... It's Anjanette Levy, I think. Yeah, we're just having an open chat. Cereal. Sugar Smacks are my favorite cereal too, just Mike's. FYI. Here we go.
Because you should be able to go to a defense attorney or a prosecutor, or you should be able to request a public record and have it released. Not an investigative record, but a public record, and we've been denied that in this case, and it's not right. So there are ways that this can be handled where it's just not a total blackout, because then you get all this erroneous reporting about stuff, and I think people start listening to sources maybe that they shouldn't. I saw something on Dateline the other night. Keith Morrison reporting, there was a story in People magazine several months back quoting an investigator or an investigative source.
Listen to this.
That Kohberger had slid into the DMs of the girls on Instagram.
Who says that?
And tried to contact them. Keith Morrison said that their source says that's not true. I completely believe Keith Morrison, because when I read that story in People, I literally thought to myself, this is so made up. This does not sound like an investigative source saying he was sliding into their DMs. Cops don't talk that way. Okay, I'm going to tell you that right now. I've been covering these cases for years. Cops don't talk like that. So, just seems a little silly.
It's very silly.
I have not eaten at the Mad Greek, but I've been there.
So that was interesting. She is a commentator for Law and Crime Network, and she has a YouTube. It's Anjanette Levy. But I'm not going to play her whole thing. But she did show the house. Let's go to her. I won't play the audio, but she did show the house in her thing here. So let's see. Look at this guard shack. I thought that was freaking bizarre, too. They have a guard shack. Is no one living in that gray house? Because check this out. There's a guard shack right next to that house. Well, someone close to the investigation lied to People magazine and said that he slid in their DMs. I haven't heard many people use that term. But how stupid. And she's exactly right. Cops aren't going to say that kind of shit. No investigator is going to say that shit. She's exactly right. But let's take a look at the house, because she kind of pans over. It's really creepy. So there's a memorial there that she's showing. And yes, we're going to open up the panel in just a couple minutes. We've got right at about an hour. We're going to do about an hour of panel. And then we're going to wait on that file to come over. Who sent a super chat? Was that Grace? Oh, Gracie. Thank you so much, Gracie. Thank you for your super chat. I was going to say super sticker. Yeah, I know another weirdo that says that too. That would be the Moscow 1122 King Road neighbors. This is 1122 King Road over to her right. You can read the captions. How about that? Cash me outside. How about that? Frozen shock phase. Dumbest thing I've ever heard is frozen shock phase. And Keith Morrison said it like it was believable. Dylan stood in the doorway in a frozen shock phase. I don't know. Not impressed. I'm really, really disappointed in that coverage. So she gives you a view. Thank you, Nicole. Welcome to the lounge. Get your tinfoil hat. I don't know who said the DM thing. Yeah, clad in black in a frozen shock phase. But she shows a view into Maddie's window right from here in between these trees. We talked about this. I went on Google Earth early on. We went up this road and we looked right through. And I said, look, there's Maddie's room. And she said that there was a pink M and a pair of pink boots in the window so that they would have known that it was Maddie's thing. Tinfoil hat with bling. Oh my God, you guys, if you want to bling them, yeah, we're gonna do that soon, Robin. We got to schedule that. Maybe like a Saturday evening or something. I don't know. You guys can decide. What's the best time for you? A weekend evening live to make our hats? We'll all just chill in the lounge. So she's saying when she was there in the winter, all the leaves were gone, right? I did see that Bryan Enton. Yeah, Bryan Enton is part of News Nation, which is part of Nexstar, which is suing me. So I don't want to play him, but that's great. There's got to be other reporters in front of the courthouse. There's got to be. I'm surprised JLR didn't go there. Here's Michael Ruiz. Here, let's show him. Here. They got a porta potty and a guard shack. Like a guard shack? I know, Sudi. It sucks. They're suing me for copyright infringement. Bryan Enton isn't. News Nation or Nexstar Media is. Bye, General. Where are you going? You got to stay for the trial. Yes, we're going to make tinfoil hats on a live. We're going to do different tutorials. You'll have a choice of what kind of tinfoil hat you'd like. So there we go. There's... Weird. It's so close to that house. Like, does someone live there? Because I'd be like, can you get your guard shack away from my window? Hell's kid. And she even laughed. When Anjanette Levy, when she talked about this, she read the name. She was like, oh, it's not News Nation. It's Nexstar that's suing me. Nexstar Media, Inc. But she was like, Hell's Cannon Security. And she kind of laughed. Yeah, a porta potty for the freaking guard, I guess. Weird. With an AC unit. I can't. But could you get any closer to their windows? I mean, couldn't they put it in the middle of the parking lot? Why isn't it in the middle? It's like over to the side. Because people need to get photo ops. They didn't want to block the photo ops. Oh, fucking weird, right? And they got something here that says Idaho code da-da-da. And then this crime scene tape that just like randomly goes around this tree to the garbage cans. It's so sloppy looking. I don't get it. Man, I just don't. Guys, I don't understand this. Hell's Cannon. Canyon or whatever. In their car, it looks like... I just can't. doesn't seem real. In a porta-john. So that's what it looks like this morning. What do you think, guys? It looks like something in downtown Detroit, like in a horrible neighborhood in Detroit, like for real. And God knows how long it's going to sit there like that. Well, I think someone's in there right now because that car wasn't there when Ann Jeanette was there. So when Ann Jeanette was there, there was no car. So I'm thinking whoever it was arrived at work and they're in there. Right, Mikes. Why do they need that? They increased it. You're right. They increased the security because they didn't have a shack. Well, that's what she was saying as well, Lex Luthor. If it's all boarded up, how's a jury going to get inside? That's what this Ann Jeanette was saying as well. She's like, you can't even see in there. Like, I guess, how are the jurors going to, I guess they can walk around the house. How long will what be, Sheree? It'll be really interesting too if they could take the boards off, but it's just bizarre. Like, why'd they have to get rid of the doors? Why couldn't they leave the doors on? Sandra Blackbee says, in my opinion, he will not have a fair trial. All this secrecy isn't flying well with me. The dynamic, how it all played out, isn't adding up, and the survivors' testimonies are very suspicious. That is a very good rundown of all of the things that don't make sense. Oh, God, I know. With no air on, can you imagine? All right, let's open up and take your calls. Are you guys ready? I know you've been waiting for this part. There is the link if anybody would like to come up. All I ask is that when you come up backstage and when I say you're good to go, you can turn it off if you don't want to be on camera on stream. I understand it is early and we do have 1,028 of you here. If you could please click that like button. If you do. If you like, please do. I'm sure it was so nobody could get in and out, but you have a guard there and a guard shack, and I don't know. It's weird. There is the link. It's in the chat if you would like to come on. Again, just have your camera on so I can see you, and then when I say you're good, you can click it and I'll bring you up on the panel. They don't want kids in there with Ouija boards. Hi, Flower. Hi, Mary. Yes, they did do a 3D scan of the house. I remember them saying that. So again, I'm going to give you guys a quick rundown. Give you guys a quick rundown of how this morning's going to go. It's okay, Watkins. I love you too. Oh, we got Eddie. I told Eddie to call in too. Let's bring Eddie up on the stream.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Eddie. How are you?
Oh, good. How was your vacation?
You know what? It was really good. Thank you for asking. I was glad to be home, though. You know, you're always happy to come home from a long trip, you know? So thank you for asking. And how have you been, Eddie? You've been head spinning on all this stuff?
I lose sleep over this stuff.
Yeah. So last night I didn't sleep too well. I was tossing and turning, thinking about, how this is all going to go. And I want it to all play out right, for you guys to see it and everything. That's on my mind. And then also what's going to happen is on my mind. So what are your thoughts? I know you said yesterday in the comment section that you feel it in every fiber of your being that this man didn't do it.
He did not do it. I can prove it.
How can you prove it?
Well, sadly, it's not in the traditional way where like I could alibi him, unfortunately, but just using logic and reason. I mean, we have so 4 reasons primarily. It looks like he's being framed. You don't need to frame somebody who is guilty. And
Can
the
I
other,
stop you there, though? I want to interject on that. Do you think that it could just appear that he's being framed because we're not getting all the information and we're getting, bits and pieces? Because, I was thinking this morning, Eddie, it's altogether possible that possibly this DoorDash driver cracked the case. And that's why we haven't heard anything about her or him, or we think it's a her, based on the employees there. But we haven't heard anything about them. So how do we know that DoorDash driver didn't see something that actually helped them identify Kohberger? How do we know it wasn't a lineup and this person identified him? That's why I'm saying, like, based on what we know, it can look a certain way until we have everything.
I want to talk about I really want to talk about the evidence, because I'm really suspicious and afraid that they're going to find blood in his car. And see, that's the home run circumstantial evidence. They're willing to discard the DNA on the knife sheath. So that, up to this point, was the most compelling piece of circumstantial evidence against him. And they're just willing to not even use that. So that scares me. It should scare everybody. And if there's blood in his car, so that has, to me, more of a look of the crime is being put on him rather than him being put on the crime. Such as, so an example of him being on that crime is if there was his DNA or flesh underneath their fingernails, and then he has this corresponding injuries to his body, his face, neck, whatever, then you got my attention. If his fingerprints are in that crime scene, now I'm listening. But with all these circumstantial evidence that seemed to be that he took out of the crime scene and brought home with him, that is suspicious. So I hope I'm wrong with the blood in his car, but I'm holding my breath.
What did you think about Dateline also saying that he cleaned his car with bleach? They specifically used bleach, and it made me curious. So I Googled, how do you get rid of DNA?
I did
and
too.
The main thing is bleach.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, they're using the most obvious choice, but we've never heard that before. And where did that come from? And I don't like that. I don't like that Dateline is citing just a source. I've never seen them do that.
So are they trying to circumvent are they trying to suggest that there was blood in his car and circumvent that? Or is there going to be blood in his car?
Right.
Either way, they're hedging their bet. And that's the direction it's looking to me. It's looking really suspicious. He did not do this crime. I'm just here. I'm putting it on the record.
I don't know. I think he did it.
Well, I know. And I respect everyone's opinion.
I just think that there's so many things. I obviously want to know everything, right?
You don't have to malign someone who
but I think it's very irresponsible. Whether he did or didn't should be neither here nor there. That should be left up to a jury. And I just feel like that was so irresponsible of Dateline. No matter how you slice it, it was all speculation and it was all unnamed sources. And I just feel like I don't know. It was just so unlike them. I'm wondering what the motive was for even airing that. Like, it was quick too. Like, shit, he's going to be indicted. Let's get this episode out. Like, what?
It is really maddening what they did. They crossed the line,
I agree.
You don't have to malign someone in the media if they're just guilty. So he's being framed. This is a conspiracy. I'm just putting it on the record.
But why do you think? Okay, so why though? A conspiracy about what? Is it drug related? Is it a cops involved and they're covering it up with corruption? What would be the reason for them to cover this up. And
I don't want to speak on that.
you don't?
I don't. Well, I don't
At all?
want to point a finger of blame. How can I know who? How can I know who they is that are conspiring?
Well, I mean, what does your gut tell you based on everything you've seen and heard? I mean, based on Emma Bailey, this Demetrius person.
I don't know if they have anything. I'm not.
I mean, are you connecting that?
No.
Are you aligning those? That's, I guess, what I'm asking.
Well, it probably does have something to do with drugs and money. I'm not denying that, but I don't want to, speculate against Emma Bailey or Demetrius.
Right.
Just because
there's no evidence that there's a connection. I mean, they may have known each other.
Right.
Emma Bailey may have definitely been to that house and
Sure.
partied. She's friends with Ashlyn.
Yeah.
I think that's them leaving on the body cam the night that Xana got the noise complaint. When they're walking away and they say, "Do you know who lives here?" And they say, "No, we don't." It looks like Ashlyn and Emma to me, but it doesn't mean that they had anything to do with the murders. Just because, someone might be selling drugs or doing whatever doesn't mean that they're murderers. So,
at this point, it's, the thing that's astonishing to me is at this point, it's less of a stretch to think that he didn't do it than to think that he did do it. But, I see people in the chat, in the comments going the other way with it. I mean, he did it. Bottom line, no matter what evidence they see and that we have in our material, he did it, which, that again, that's funny to me. But the other
I just think that's a lot of people to cover up things, but it's been done before, and I think that's also a problem, is that our world is not like we knew it 2 years ago. We're finding out that, not to get into big conspiracies, but it's not conspiracies anymore. CIA was involved in the murder of our own president. So things are, being seen a lot clearer than they were 2-3 years ago. So I think that we're seeing things in a different light as well. But I think that he deserves a fair trial. I don't think he deserves speculation and unnamed sources. If this was my brother, I'd be pissed.
Jay,
if Dateline put out and said that I thought he was guilty and went out to his car to look for evidence, and then he follows up and says, "Well, we asked the family for comment," and they said no comment. Well, then that means you probably shouldn't have reported your source stating that she thought he was, he could have done it. If the family doesn't have comment, leave it at that.
So, Jay, I can...
Annie, you're good. You can turn off your camera if you'd like. I'll add you up to the stream.
I can feel many people kind of having some difficulty in their mind with this PCA, the way that this crime is outlined, and it's a challenge for many people, even the people that say he's guilty no matter what. And the reason I say that is because they know that one person cannot commit this crime by themselves. But the thing is
why not?
That's their burden. They're going to have to prove that just one person committed this crime.
Oh, I think they can prove that.
They're not saying
reenactment.
that he had a part in this. He was, for example, the lookout guy, or he was the mastermind, or he was a getaway driver. They're not saying that at all. They're going to have to prove that he did this by himself, and that's the case they're bringing against him.
I don't think that'll be hard to prove. I think that many killers have done the same or more in less
Jay,
time.
We've been seeing way too much of this animation of this dark figure kind of gliding through the house, and he goes upstairs and he does this up here silently. In number one, they were not sleeping, but even if I grant you that and say that they were all four sleeping, as soon as this begins, then the whole house is alerted and they're astir. So, you can't have 6 people unaware that this is going on. So that's... Yeah,
Dateline didn't really explain away that part of it, did they?
Well, I don't... we've all seen that, where he's, going through the house and he comes in through the back door and that, the dark figure, right? We've all seen... Okay.
Yeah, the reenactment thingy.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the animation, I should say.
Yes. So, the number of ways that this crime could have gone down, that is the least possible way that it happened. But that's all we get to see. So hopefully that
So I have a
makes
theory,
sense.
and before I bring Annie in,
Mhm.
Annie, welcome to the panel.
Hi, how
Thanks
are
for
you?
calling in. I'm good. I'm good. I always appreciate
Hi,
your
Eddie.
comments. She said, "Hi, Eddie."
Annie.
Hey, Eddie.
Hi,
But
Annie.
I wanted to give you a little theory and see what you thought about this. So, what do you think that he didn't drive? Okay, I know, Eddie, you don't think he did it, but for the people that do think he could have done it, when Papa Rogers said, did the perp walk, bike, or drive to the scene, or all three? That right there tells me he didn't drive, and I don't think that car turning around sounds like it would have been him. It sounds to me like it would have been like a DoorDash thing, because it's confusing. 1122 King Road is actually Queen Road, and it makes sense that they would be looping around like, where the hell is this house? That's what I think. It could be, but I don't know. But I think that he could have done this, gotten out, left the back door open when he left, or came in through the back door, left it open, went upstairs, because I think one of those girls was who he was trying to get at. I think it was Maddie myself. I don't think it was Kaylee. I think it was Maddie, and I don't know why. It's just my gut. But I think he went upstairs. He killed them. And then then the DoorDash came. What if Xana went down to the front door, grabbed her DoorDash, and went in the kitchen with the bag? BK comes down, or she sees the door open. It's cold out, right? There's going to be cold air coming in that kitchen. And she says, "Is someone here?" Could that be what Dylan heard, possibly? And then BK comes down after being upstairs and runs into Xana and Ethan. And then that's when it happens. And then he walks. He didn't expect Ethan, so it was more than he expected already. So he made his way out at that point. Maybe.
I've
And
been
left.
And my battery may not make this for very much longer, so I'm just gonna put this in.
Is your phone
and then-
hot?
Yeah.
We need to get Eddie a new phone.
Well, I've been looking into vegan too, and not everybody, but what drives people to become vegan is they're very they have a lot of empathy towards like the environment and people and creatures. So, and you look at that Pullman traffic violation where he was stopped and he's on the body cam. He looks passive and timid. This is not your guy, but he's.
But I think he can come across that way. That's what we've heard. Like, he has to be right, but he was apologetic. Like, "I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to offend you." I don't know, Annie.
Well,
what's on your mind, Annie? And Eddie, I'm sorry if you cut off. It's your phone, right?
Well, yeah. I'll
Okay.
just say this and then I'll check out. Last thing is, again, reiterating that you put him at that crime scene, and if I'm a juror, now I'm listening, but all these hairs, these 4 hairs and the dog hair at his Pullman apartment, these, if there's blood in his car, these ID cards, whatever they found at his location, that is suspicious to me. So I'm leaving with that.
Okay, thank you, Eddie.
Thank you. Well, I'll just hang on. And see
Yeah,
if I get
yeah.
back.
Feel free. Hey, Annie, what's on your mind?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm
It's
great.
Arraignment
Thanks
Day.
for
We've
that.
been waiting for this, right?
I know, right? Yeah. Listen, first of all, I just want to say I'm very sorry to hear about whatever's going on with your other channel and stuff. That's horrible. I hope everything works out in your favor.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I'm not very hopeful, but I appreciate the positivity. I've tried to remain hopeful. It's been going on. I think they filed that suit in March of 2022. So it's been a while waiting to see what's going to happen, but I do appreciate that. I appreciate everybody's, saying, what can we do to help?
Yeah, so I hope everybody's just sending as many positive vibes as possible, because that's ridiculous.
That's what we need. We need the positivity. We need to change the vibe and switch it around in our favor. Because it is. I mean, they went after me for $2 million to start with, and it's like, come on. I mean, I'm barely making $2,000 a month. I mean, give me a break. And it's like, then they take that from me. So how do you pay your bills when they take away a whole month of income? And then they struck me again. They struck me in April, and then they struck me again in May. And when they struck me in May on the 14th. They put a little note in there that said this YouTuber is a serial infringer that continues using our footage. And I don't. So I actually wrote to YouTube Legal, and I had a long letter, and I explained this is what's going on. And then they also said that they had won a judgment against me in the notes, and they haven't. The case is still open. So I let YouTube Legal know, like, look, these people are harassing me. Like they're lying. This case is still open. And you know what I got back? An email that said your video was taken down for copyright infringement, period. Thank you, YouTube Legal Support. Gee, thanks.
That's crazy.
So yeah, it really feels nice to be appreciated as a creator on this platform. I wish there was another option, to be honest.
My God, I love your channel. And when I saw that you had this new one, I was like, oh, heck yeah.
Thank you.
I was wondering where you went. I'm like, where the hell did she go?
Oh no, it wasn't by choice. But I can apply again for the monetization on the 24th, but I have 2 strikes, and if they strike me again, everybody knows 3 strikes, you're out. So I'm just holding on, but I appreciate good vibes. That's what I need. Just shoot them.
Well, off topic of Kohberger or whatever for a second. Is there a way that you can do YouTube, no monetization, and do like what other people I've seen them do, like your tip jar or like memberships and stuff? That way you don't have to rely on the monetization.
Yeah, the only thing is with memberships, that is part of your monetization, but you can do, on the side, donations and things like that. But it's just hard because YouTube makes it so easy for people. People like to super chat and get their comments on the screen, and it's all part of the engagement that a lot of listeners enjoy. And it takes away that part of it, But I'm thinking about moving a lot to Patreon. Patreon, you can do a lot. So I'm trying to put my feelers out there to see what would work, because I have to be prepared for the worst, right? Hope for the best.
Right, exactly.
Worst.
Yeah, I'm not a YouTuber, so I don't know shit about how it all works. But
yeah, it's challenging because they change their terms, all the time. So you just never know if you're in compliance. When you're out of compliance, they don't tell you what you're doing wrong. They just say you're not in compliance. Fix it, or you're done. And you're like, what do I fix? Well, we can't tell you that. All we can tell you is that reuse content is on your channel. So you've got to figure it out. Out of 1,000 videos, what are you talking about? Is it something recent? Is it something old? Did you just audit my channel? Like, what is it? Nothing.
Wow.
It's like working for a boss who doesn't communicate with you, and you have to guess. It's maddening, and it's not fair, and no one should have to work that way.
Yeah, that's crazy. Hopefully everything works out for you.
Thank you. So let's get back to the arraignment day, because I am anxious for this. What do you think's going on here? I love your comments, so I'm anxious to hear what you have to say.
Well, I know, you and probably everybody else who knows me, they all know what I think about this anyway, and who, however, so I wanted to, as far as, I like your theory. I like your theory of him coming through the back and all of these things. But I have a hard time with it. And the only reason I have a hard time with it is because we all got to watch the IFP drone footage, and we all got to watch, like, in live real time with all the news crews outside, exactly what forensics was doing around the property. And one of the first things I noticed is there was not a single evidence marker that was put down out back for blood. So in my mind, as someone with tactical training and like hand-to-hand combat experience and training, if you're gonna stab 4 people, you are going to have blood on you, not necessarily pouring off of you, but
you're gonna have that like splatter or spatter or whatever, right?
Right, and you're probably going to at least step in some, which would cause you to leave tracks out of the house and out back. So one of the first things I noticed was that these evidence markers weren't being placed out back near the slider. They were all being placed out front and like in around Bethany's downstairs window to the left of the house. So that was
Interesting. I didn't even think of that.
yeah, that was something I noticed.
And they were really focusing, Annie, on that window too, Dylan's window, or the window next to Dylan, the one going into the kitchen. I have a picture of them, like, there's probably 5 or 6 investigators, like, standing around that window, and one's taking pictures. And I'm like, and they're outside. And I'm like, what are they looking at? But that was in the back. But yeah, you're right. They did have evidence markers in the front.
Yeah, that was something that was strange to me, considering like the narrative that we were given, that they were all asleep. This person came in through the back and left through the back, right? Here's how we know they weren't asleep, and we can just basically go by the probable cause affidavit with that one. Dylan's awake at 4 a.m. She's opening her door 3 times. She hears Kaylee playing with the dog. Xana is ordering DoorDash. So no one's sleeping, right? You maybe have Ethan or Maddie sleeping, but from the probable cause affidavit, we know that at least 3 of them were awake, right? So, you know, I have a hard time with a lot of the stuff being said, you know, just because it doesn't add up when we know with our own eyes what we saw, even just with the forensics, right? Like, we were told they were all asleep in their beds, but
yeah, I was just thinking about that as you were saying that, and I was like, well, maybe they said that because they wanted to keep things that only the perp knew, and it got blown out of the water because someone leaked it. I feel like there's some things they're going to keep that only the perp would know, because they have to have something, you know, that only he would know about. So, for example, if they say like the front door was wide open and it wasn't, you know, or because if you listen to JLR's secret videos or audio he just played the other day, that some dumpster recording, whatever. The guy on the reporter in there is talking to Chief Fry at the Christmas parade, and Chief Fry gets asked about the front door being wide open, and he's like, honestly, I've never even heard anything about that. So what does that say? I mean, what the hell? I've heard that it was, and then he's like, I don't know either way, which has to be a lie, because he would know either way. He's the chief of police. He's going to know if the door was open. So I feel like there's things that they're putting out there, maybe just because they want to keep things that just the perp knows, like put out false shit.
Well, even if that's what they were doing, they're well aware that there's like 30 news crews outside filming all day and all night, you know? So it's going to be pretty hard to keep the perpetrators from seeing what's going on in and around the house, just because there's so many news crews. And like, the forensics team spent a really good amount of time in that living room under the good vibe sign, and in the kitchen, which is just another, and you know, I don't know how you're going to have, say, potentially like a body that they're stepping over, back and forth over, swabbing, taking photos of under that good vibe sign. And this is like right outside Dylan's door, but yet, you know, everybody's sleeping. You've got Mr. Gonzalez saying one hell of a battle took place on the 2nd floor, but yet nobody heard it. You know, like, it's insane to me. I don't understand why we would even have Dylan stating things like, oh, all I heard was, you know, Kaylee playing with the dog. And like, it doesn't make any sense, because according to what we do know, especially from the things that the Gonzalez family got to say, there was a battle in that home. And nobody's sleeping through that.
You know, but he also, you know, that's I just don't know about this information that Steve G's been putting out, because he's put out so much. And like the other day with the coroner, you know, like Christy Gonsalves said that her daughter talked to the coroner, and then the coroner was like, no, I never did that, you know, or I never told them that her liver, you know, the information about the liver being sliced. She's like, no. And then she said it was more of more chest injuries. and it's like the chest is, the liver's pretty far south of the chest. So I don't know.
Well, see, like one person could do this for sure. I mean, that it is what it is.
I agree.
One person could do this with a knife for sure, if everybody was asleep in their beds. But if at any point you're coming in contact with people trying to fight back, like, you're fighting for your life, you're going to grab whatever's close to you, you're going to claw. So my hope is that if they do have the right guy, which I don't think they do, but if they do, they should definitely have his DNA, his clothing fibers, things like that on the actual victim. The fact that they don't even want to use the sheath or the genealogical DNA, and it's not even that they don't want to use it, but the prosecution actually filed an order of protection for this evidence because they don't even want the defense having access to it, which is just crazy to me, right? Like, this is your evidence that you claim led you to your suspect. And now all of a sudden it's not, everybody forget about it. Don't ask about it anymore. Don't. So that's a bit questionable. And then even the Bethany angle is questionable because we have the defense and forensics investigator coming forward stating that she has exculpatory evidence. She basically is the exculpatory evidence. Her experience is the exculpatory evidence. And, I thought about it and I'm like, all right, so we have Bethany who goes to Nevada. We have Bryan who supposedly, according to law enforcement, on his ride out of Washington, goes through Nevada. You have the defense saying she's exculpatory or what she knows is exculpatory. And it kind of gives you the impression that these two may know each other. That's the impression that I get from it. So, and if that's the case, and Bethany and Bryan know each other, well, then there is the possibility that he has been in the house before, that he would hook up to the Wi-Fi. There's, who knows?
Yeah,
right?
they speculated in Dateline too that he could have been in. They made mention of the party, where there was no one there that lived there.
And Bryan and Bethany were both pulled over on the same day for the same thing, if I remember correctly, too, for following too close.
Really?
Yeah.
I do remember her having a ticket. Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, if I remember correctly. Or maybe his was the no seatbelt and hers was following too close, but then his Indiana stops, that was one of the things he was stopped for.
Both of them. Yeah, both of the times, I think.
Yeah. And I know even with the Indiana stops, everybody thinks they were like 10 minutes apart, but if you look on the timestamps, they're actually like closer to 5 hours apart, and it's within a 7-mile radius. So in that 7 miles, which is like a 9-minute drive, he's there for 5 hours. In between
doing
stops.
what?
Right. That's what I mean. We don't have any information as to what he was doing in between those two stops for 5 hours, but he's in this like little 7-mile radius.
So what do you think about?
There's a lot of questionable things.
Well, there is, but there's also a lot of things that kind of make sense too, that kind of lead to him, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? I feel like, okay, what are the odds that like this guy is going to turn off his phone at the same time these murders occur? And he drives the same type of car that was seen in the neighborhood, and his phone's off at that time.
Well, see, I just look at it as, okay, this guy has a master's degree in psychology and criminal justice. He's going for his PhD. He's a teacher's assistant. So for the better part of a decade, he grasped and tried to learn as much as he could. He knows all about the, cloud-based forensics and stuff. So I have a hard time believing that this person with all of this knowledge is going to take his phone with him, drive a bright white car, leave a sheath. So all of these mistakes that even the average like person, just the average criminal knows not to make these mistakes. You know, these are the things that will get you caught.
Maybe he was counting on that.
Right. Well, that's where I'm going with this. Now, if he is an actual, you know, serial killer, whatever they wanted to be, like one of these Ted Bundys or whatever, then yeah, okay, maybe he did all of it on purpose, right?
Right.
But if he isn't trying to get caught,
but if you believe that he's Papa Rogers, do you think he's Papa Rogers?
Oh God, no.
You do or don't?
No, I don't believe he's Papa Roger at all.
Okay, so on November 30th, Papa Roger posted about the knife sheath and said they must have found the knife sheath. How would anybody, if it's not him, who is it?
Okay,
we didn't know about that
I'll say this. I'll tell you who would do that. To me, I've always thought Papa Roger was someone from LE, and I believe it's probably the same person who planted the sheath and fabricated the PCA. But that's my opinion.
Really? See, I think it's him.
I don't believe it's him at all. Unless
I just think it's more likely that it's him rather than it's this big cover up. You know what I mean? I don't know. Courtney Levon just said Papa Roger is someone in Illinois. I don't know how we would know that, but I don't have his IP to trace him.
Right.
But
well,
I think it's interesting that no one knew about the sheath.
Yeah, if he is a, you know, serial killer who wanted to be like the serial killers he studied, okay, well then yeah, I could see him leaving evidence behind, leaving a trail, creating this Papa Roger account, right? But I don't know, 99% of criminals, they're not trying to get caught. They're going to do everything they can do to cover their tracks.
But you got to remember Bryan. We even saw in the body cam that he's got to be right, and he's got to explain why he did something or why he made a mistake. Like, it seems like the guy can't make a mistake. He had an excuse for it. Well, in Pennsylvania, we don't really have crosswalks except for where there's crosswalks. I mean, that's what he said. So it's like he has this problem with being wrong. And like the student said, he graded us like he wanted us to read his mind. It's like his way was the only way, but he had a way of coming across where he's like, oh, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just stating a fact that, you know, in Pennsylvania, we don't have these things.
Yeah, well, listen, when I heard him say in the body cam, yeah, in Pennsylvania, we don't have crosswalks, I was like cracking up laughing because obviously they do. But I also think that traffic stop, there was a part of me that felt like he was testing her to see if she knew the law. And it kind of worked because she didn't. He was
kind of testing her.
Yeah, he was testing her. She didn't know the law. She had to pull out her laminated, you know, card. It wasn't on there. She had to look it up in her phone. She didn't say anything to him about his car coming back as a 2005 vehicle. It was just, you know, it is what it is. I personally got a different impression from that stop. I felt like he was seeing if she actually knew what she was doing. And I don't take issue with the way he graded. And the only reason I don't is because when you have students who are about to be graduating in courses like this, and they're going to be going into law enforcement, whether it's for a state police or federal government agency, you want them to be on their A game. You don't want to just be passing people who are subpar and then going to go into the field and do a subpar job. So I don't even take issue with his harsh grading. That's what a good teacher does. If your work that you hand in is shit, you shouldn't get a good grade for that.
Well, and you're right. And he probably was a hard grader if he has that type of personality, you know, but it can go either way. I mean, I get your argument on it, and it does hold water. I'm not going to say it doesn't, because it definitely does. But the thing is, we just don't have all the information yet. And I'm hoping and praying that this indictment will be released today. I really, really hope, and I'm confident in it, because that we'll get something, because Judge is letting us see the hearing. He's being transparent already. And don't you think it's crazy, Annie? And this is Annie Potts, you guys. Everybody's asking who's talking. But don't you, oh shoot, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying?
Well, we were talking about the judge. You were saying the
Yeah,
judge is
that
being.
he's already being transparent. And why do you think Meghan Markle's no longer the judge?
Well, I think she wouldn't be the judge once it goes to grand jury anyway. They have to switch to a different judge, I thought.
Because he's like a district court judge and she's a magistrate.
Yeah.
He
Right.
was actually, he was appointed, Judge was appointed by the prior governor. So I thought that was interesting because we've all talked about Governor Little and the money he's given to the police department, the $2 million.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So I was like, oh no, did the same governor appoint him? But it was the previous governor. So it should be interesting. Does he have a problem with, how this was all, secretive? Because Marshall didn't have a hearing before she sealed everything. She didn't give both sides an opportunity to state the case.
Well, that's actually what really bothered me about them going to this grand jury in secret, because for like 3 months, the defense had been asking for all these supplemental requests for discovery. And to me, it appears like the prosecution just waited till the 11th hour to hand over the discovery, knowing that they were going to secret grand jury anyway, which leaves the defense unable to counter or argue anything that's presented. And because of the gag order, his side can't even come out and say, this is what we had planned to present had we been given the opportunity. And like, even with the Gonzalez family, all Mr. Gonzalez wanted was to go to this preliminary. He wanted to hear and see the evidence and the data for himself. And that's not going to happen, and maybe at a later date or whatever the case may be. But for now, we know June's preliminary has been canceled. So the defense doesn't get the opportunity to actually defend the suspect. The families don't get to hear any of the supposed rock solid evidence that the prosecution has. And it's upsetting because I feel like if you have a rock solid case, you don't need to go to a secret grand jury. You're going to go to the preliminary and you're going to slap the shit out of the defense with everything you have.
And okay, I agree with you. They do grand juries a lot, but what I've seen is that they don't do an indictment, then change it up. That's what's different. They usually, if they're going to do a grand jury, they just do a grand jury. They don't do this, arresting and all these warrants and all this shit and then go, oh, never mind. We're going to do a grand jury instead.
Yeah, it's almost
that
like
was
they
what was weird to me. Like with Leilani Simon, I don't know if you followed that case of Quentin Simon. They did a grand jury against her, like in secret, and it wasn't, known that she was even going to be arrested for anything. And they did it, and then they arrested her. It wasn't like she was arrested, and then they said, oh, we have all this evidence, and like the defense was asking 3 times for evidence, and then they said, oh, never mind, we're just going to do a grand jury so we don't have to deal with this. That's messed up, in my opinion.
Well, that's what I mean. It is just my opinion. Yeah, it is just my opinion that the prosecution, if they had a slam dunk case, they don't need to go to a secret grand jury. That is my opinion. I'm not stating it as a fact. I'm just saying that if that's what I feel like, if you have all
right,
of this
and that's
evidence,
why you're calling in. We're giving opinions.
Yeah, and never mind your evidence you don't even want to use. The evidence that led you to the suspect, you now don't want to use, and you don't even want the defense having access to it.
I want to show you something, Annie, that one of our lovely viewers found. I don't know if she wants to be named, so I won't. But this is really interesting. So this viewer heard that Demetrius was a rapper, and she found his YouTube, and his YouTube name is Papa, P-A-P-P-A, Proper, which is, have you seen this?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you've seen this YouTube, and you've seen Emma in the video?
Oh yeah, I kind of did my own little deep dive on.
For those of you that haven't seen this, I'm playing it. Oh wait, why can't you guys see it? Hold on. There's a video of Emma. If you haven't seen this, it's really crazy. It's on his YouTube, and he's like a rapper, I guess.
Yeah. Well, see, as much as I believe that these two were probably the ones that were like possibly supplying drugs to kids, students on the
Sure.
campus and whatnot. I don't think that they are involved. I know some other people think there's the possibility that it could have been, them involved, or I just don't.
I don't think
do
they're
think
involved
that-
with the murders either, but I think it's crazy that it said Papa, P-A-P-P-A, spelled the same. I don't know if that's like a
Right.
new thing or if it's, it's just kind of crazy. And it's like, did Bryan know them? And did he use that as Papa Roger to confuse? I mean, I think this dude definitely is good at like mind games. And I think that the fact that he took the time to plan something, this would have had to be planned. I mean, this wasn't a spur of the moment, like, hey, I'm just going to go into this house at this day and time. I think this was definitely something that was planned. That's my opinion, is that it wasn't a last minute, non-thought out thing. But I do
he
think
did
that
decide at like 2:40 in the morning. Hey, you know what? Today's the day.
Right, but something triggered that, and I don't know what that is. What I would want to see as a juror is the connection to any of these 4 people that were killed.
I agree.
I need to know how he even knew they existed. So we've got several warrants to TikTok, Match, Meta, what's it called? Zigzag or some shit. We've got all these social media. What is it?
Yik Yak, is that the one?
Yik Yak. What I say? Oh, and it said puff, and someone just put puff pass. That was perfect.
Yeah, zigzag.
I said zigzag. Anyways, Yik Yak. So was it one of these things that, that he had found them on? And if so, how?
Right.
How?
Well, see, now, if I remember correctly, it was not long after he was arrested, Mr. Gonzalez did a interview. I forget with which news outlet, but he did say there was a connection, but he wasn't ready to speak on it. So, I mean, I'm not sure, obviously, but I do know that there was one point where he said there was a connection, but they weren't ready to speak on it. But even if you look through the warrants, I noticed a lot of the warrants are like really sparse. They're like sparse for Bryan. So
I didn't like the fact that Steve G, a couple things he said when they were talking about the targeted attack, and he was asked further about that. He said to him, a targeted attack, and this was his example, is like them leaving a strip club and being followed. That was his example. Why in the hell he'd use a strip club, I don't know. But that to me stood out. If I was going to say my daughter's the same age as them. And if I was going to say she was followed, I would never use a strip club as an example because my daughter has nothing to do with strip clubs. It would not be something that would come out of my mouth. Now, if I said, she was at a park, that's what she does.
Right.
She goes to parks.
They were at the bar. They were followed from the bar.
Yeah, from a dad, that would be the first, them being targeted would be like them coming from a strip club and being followed. I was like, what? So
well, I kind of feel like maybe sometimes because I think early on, like law enforcement was kind of telling them like not to talk, and he's thinking in his mind, like as a parent, screw you, like you don't want us putting up reward
I understand
flyers,
that, but to use a strip club as an example is very odd to me, especially coming from a father.
Yeah,
that's
I feel
the
like
last thing you ever want to picture your daughter is in a strip club, whether she's there for fun or not.
Agreed. But also, if you know that you can't just come right out and say stuff, maybe you're going to say things in a way that drops some hints.
Maybe. You're right. And that's why it's dangerous, I think, for anybody to be putting out things. And I think that's why they don't want this family to have details, because they need to keep it for court. I mean, even if it is factual, they can't let this family know the facts because it's all going to be put out there. They've proven that. And no hate on them. If it was my daughter, I'd be screaming from the rooftops. I know I would. I'd be so angry like him. I would have been.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I absolutely cannot hate on him, because in that predicament, if that was my kid, And I'd be mad that I wasn't getting information too, but we have to sit back and we have to be logical and be like, okay, well, this guy's really got a big mouth. He's the one that's going to be the mouthpiece out there. So we have to be careful with people like
But
that.
I do think it's actually sad. I try to put myself in the position of the parents too. And if this was me and I knew that my law enforcement agency was intentionally putting out misinformation or say intentionally omitting certain facts and things like that. Like, I understand that they have to do an investigation, but they also have a duty to the victims and the victims' families.
And Annie, I think that's where you have the inexperience of the Moscow Police Department. And you saw how overwhelmed Chief Fry looked. I mean, he was so out of his league with all of this going on. And I think that's
even with an experience, they had the multitude of agencies at their disposal to guide them in something like this.
I think the way that they handled it was horrible, but that could be just complete lack of training. It really could be, because they were shitty by not notifying the Gonsalves family, if that's true, that they called the police department and said, we're going to call you back. And they didn't tell them. But Karen Laramie, Maddie's mother, got a call and said there was an accident and she was already driving to Moscow when they called her. So there were lines being crossed, and that should have never, ever happened. Like, the parents of those kids should have known what happened before any kids. I mean, the kids that were already there obviously knew. And then, it spread like wildfire.
I noticed too. Nobody's taught, well, I can't say nobody, but like the mainstream media, like, News Nation and these other places, they're not even addressing the fact that multiple other people were already at the crime scene when police arrived. They're not talking about the long time between the 911 call. So we have these students who already knew about this long before, hours before the 911 call. We still don't even have the 911 call, So
was there a 911 call?
Yeah, and it causes a lot of distrust in the public, because the public is saying, why can't we get the 911 call? We were told by Chief Fry would be released once they made an arrest.
Oh, they sure did. And that changed quickly.
Yeah. So to me, there's just a lot of really shady things happening, in my opinion. And, I feel like they're going to have to, if they can show obvious DNA from Bryan on a victim, or say the whole driver's seat of his vehicle and the gas pedal and the brake pedal are found to have DNA and things, biological from the crime scene, then okay, you did your job and you got the right guy. But if they don't have none of that, if the car's clean, they don't want to use the genealogy, they don't want to use the sheath, and they don't have his DNA on a victim, it's going to be difficult, I think.
What if he has the IDs of a couple of the victims? We know that Xana's ID, she was ID'd by her driver's license. So what IDs did he have in the glove?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I feel like he maybe Bethany's. I don't know.
Interesting, isn't it? Isn't it? Will we even find out? Because it said they weren't. Right. They said they had two IDs that were not related to the Idaho 4.
Right.
So whose IDs are they?
Well, that's what I'm saying. For all we know, Bryan is like an actual serious, criminal, right? Maybe he used fake ID.
What if it's Emma Bailey's ID? Oh my God.
Right?
Dun dun dun.
That's what I mean. But at this point, I'm like, okay, we're probably just going to have to accept the fact we might see some really crazy like twists and turns, right? And
sorry, I didn't mean to play the audio.
Everything is maybe not what it seems. So that's kind of what I'm prepared for. Is that maybe everything isn't what it seems.
Yeah, I know. I'm prepared for pretty much anything, because the whole dad thing has had me thrown as well all these months. I mean, and they're still saying it. Like, they're still saying He was identified through his dad's DNA. So I think if the DNA is going to be a problem, it's because it could be collected from genealogy sites, and that is not admissible in court. So that
Yeah, I
might
think
be.
they also don't want people realizing that these genealogy companies are violating their user agreements with the customer, because a lot of them, they tell you that they're not going to give over your DNA or anything without a warrant or a legal, and then they just do anyway. They let them have that. So I think they probably don't want a lot of people realizing that law enforcement actually can just
uses those. Yeah, because I would never send
Right.
my DNA to anybody.
Hey,
And now
what do you, before I jump off, what do you think about them talking in that Dateline episode about how like these FBI that were monitoring Bryan almost ran him over at like 4 a.m.?
Oh, yeah. What was that all about?
I don't know. That's why I was like, wait a minute, what? Yeah,
And
apparently
And you know what else I found outlandish was that they said his family was suspicious because he was wearing gloves inside the house on Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Hey, if that's not true, and they're coming out saying that like his sister straight up is like, and that's not true. If none of that is true, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the laws are to like sue somebody for defamation or whatever, but I'd be really upset.
I would be too if that was my brother. I mean, because they clearly asked the family for comment, and Keith Morrison was like, the family said no comment. And that to me says, well, maybe you shouldn't be putting speculation out of his sister's mouth out there then. Like maybe you should hold that, because we don't know what his sister thinks because she didn't want to comment. So,
and not only that, but you know it's unverified. Why even put it in the damn special to begin with?
Right. And then they said that the Amazon thing was verified. Now they do have like the ASIN number of the K-bar knife. So I don't know if they did get a receipt back.
If this dude left behind his fancy computer, drove his bright white car, brought his phone with him, you know, didn't even clean the car, but it was a rolling crime scene going across the country, and just all of these mistakes, then it has to be because he wanted to get caught, because most people, criminals aren't going to just, I don't believe for a second he ordered his K-bar off of Amazon. If anything, you're going to go to like an army surplus store and pay with cash. You're not going to leave a trail.
What if he had a knife and he bought a sheath off Amazon? Because they're sold separately.
Right. Yeah, I did hear somebody say too something about like Walmart, right? He got his knife from Walmart. I thought I heard that like a month ago. I'm like, you can't buy a K-bar with a USMC sheath from Walmart.
I think you can order it online through another seller, but not Walmart directly. Walmart was the clothing, I think. And then they had the Marshall's receipt or some kind of clothing store, and they had the Dickies, and I don't know, man. I need this to be put together for me in a story form, you know, and not the Dateline story form, because they did tell a story, but none of it was backed up with any factual stuff. And
yeah, it was a hard time.
Let's talk about them removing the victim's stuff and putting it in that U-Haul. What was in those boxes? What was in all those boxes? When have you ever seen cops go and pack people's shit?
Never mind, the chief of police himself pulls in a U-Haul that says Pennsylvania across the side of it.
Pennsylvania on the side. What? Make it make sense.
That's why sometimes with this case, you know, originally I really thought this was some kind of like awful frat thing gone wrong, right? Yeah. Because you're college kids and sororities and frats. But then, I don't know. There was just so many things that I was like, okay, this is.
I think we've all been there, Annie. I think we've all second guessed everything because it's just been too crazy.
Yeah, well, that's why I catch a lot of shit too, because I'm like, I don't think this is the guy. And I've said before, if it is him, I don't believe he worked alone. He had to have had help, you know. And if it's not him, and someone stitched him up into the situation, I'm more interested in learning what the defense believes is the exculpatory from Bethany. I'm very interested to learn what that is if we get to learn it.
Yes. Well, that's going to be the hearing they're having today, the third hearing. So we're not going to be
Perfect.
privy to that. Hopefully they'll, have something on the court website afterwards to give us some clue of, what happened. Hopefully they get that lifted somehow. That's going to be the media. We're going to have the media and the Gonsalves at 10 a.m. And Bryan's hearing starts in 4 minutes. So just to update everybody, they're going to do the hearing. They're recording it. Ensign is sitting in the courtroom, but we're getting it afterwards. So they're going to upload it to a site, email us all the link, and then we'll be able to play it. So as soon as I get it, I've got my email pulled up. I'm waiting for it to come through as soon as it's over, and we'll play it. I can't. So what do you think, Annie? Not guilty. Is he gonna stand mute and let the judge put in a not guilty plea? What do you think?
I think he's probably, through his attorney, obviously, going to plead not guilty. And I am hoping that because of all of the negative slander and defamation that's been going on against him, because if he's not, I think he's probably not the guy. I'm 99% sure. However, I would file a motion to lift the gag order at this point. That's what I'd be doing. I'd want to lift the gag order so that me and my attorney can now start speaking to people to counter all of the bullshit that's been put out.
What if Bryan Kohberger pulls a BTK and does a full out confession? Have you ever watched the BTK killer's confession?
Yeah.
In court, he stunned everyone. He stood
Right.
up
Well, that's
and he
why I
pled
still
guilty,
have
and he went into details.
And he went into detail about everything. Right.
And
Well,
guess
that's why
what?
there's the 5% of me that's okay, if he did do this, then this dude is definitely wanted to be a notorious serial killer, which is why he made all these mistakes.
Annie, let's take it a step further. He has always wanted women that he couldn't have. Now we have to go back to Pennsylvania and the brewery who didn't allow him in anymore. And they kept his ID on file with notes that he was creeping on the girls. Now, when I went to that brewery's website and looked at their staff, there is a girl that looks a lot like the Kaylee and Maddie with the makeup, the lashes, the blonde hair, very similar.
Well, see,
and
that's
he went there when he went to DeSales.
Right. But that's
And he
also
was
what's
creeping.
confusing, because he has this female coworker out here in Washington who is having her house broken into and things are being moved around. And instead of going to the police, she goes to this creepy, bushy eyebrowed weirdo for help and assistance and getting these security cameras installed in her house. And then his neighbor saying, yeah, I saw him quite a few times with this Asian woman. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so it's very strange to me that these women who he supposedly has been seen with and works with, they don't seem to have a problem hanging out with them and going to him.
Maybe they're scared to talk. If I worked with him, I would be scared to death, because if he gets out, I wouldn't want him coming after me. If I knew him, I would.
Well, I guess what I mean is if I'm working with him and I think he's a creepy weirdo, he's probably not the person I'm going to go to if I think someone's breaking into my house and touching my things.
But maybe if it was a friend or a coworker, maybe they didn't think he was creepy. I mean, look at his friend from school. She was happy to see him the last time she saw him, thought he was doing well. I think people can put on, look at BTK. He carried on a marriage and a family life and then had this weird obsession on the side. And he was all about girls' undies. And then we have that girl that found her undies in the cup holder right across the street. It's just
the panty raid house.
Oh, there's just so many weird things. And I have to think, if I was BK and I was going to plan this, I'd want to do it somewhere where things are all fucked up already, because then I'm just going to add to the mix. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, that's why there's a part of me that thinks he could be being framed, because what if he was out there poking his nose into some things where it shouldn't be, and he found out that there's a lot of crooked stuff going on between the two law enforcement departments in Moscow and Pullman. And I mean, to me, that's motive to want to put somebody, frame them up. If they're, looking into your corruption, maybe you don't want them looking into your corruption. That's just my guess.
Yeah. I don't know, that bar in Pennsylvania sticks with me. That waitress on their website looks a lot like these girls. And I think he had a type, and I think that he got shunned, and I think he got shunned a lot. And I think now he's in jail and he's getting all these letters, right? He got a dozen in 1 week from these women that are fawning over him. And I think he probably likes it. This is what he wanted. He wanted women.
I must have missed that.
A dozen letters. A dozen letters. It was out in the, I don't know, Daily or New York Times or something. It was all over about a week ago that he was getting a lot of love letters in jail. And he didn't get attention from females in regular life, but he found a way to get attention from females. It's weird to think about, but he obviously wasn't a ladies' man, right? Because he didn't have any long-term girlfriends. And the girl that went on the Tinder date with him back in PA said he texted me and said I had good birthing hips. And he was like awkwardly trying to touch me by like tickling me. And then she's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm not." He's awkward.
I'd want some receipts on that, man. If I was the defense, I'd subpoena her ass and I'd be like, hand over these text messages.
I would too, but if we believe it, I mean, that lends a lot to his personality.
I just want to see, the actual receipts on these things, right? So I want to see the receipts from the bar in PA. I want to see the receipts from the birthing hips chick.
Well, because the same thing came out during the Watts case. We had this dude come out and say,
oh, that's right. Yeah.
Come out and say, I had an affair with Chris Watts and I met his kids. Like, I didn't believe that either when it came out. But we're following Bryan Enton, and he says that Olivia has her baby in the courtroom with her. And he says, totally quiet in here, waiting. All you hear is reporters typing and Olivia's baby making soft cooing noises.
Well, that's a beautiful thing.
I've never seen anybody bring a baby in the courtroom. Is this for an effect? Or?
I don't know. But listen, I love talking to you, and thank you so much for letting me come on.
In. Yeah, it was great.
I'll be sending you all the good vibes.
Thank you so much, Annie. I appreciate you.
You take care.
Yeah, you too. And we're gonna find out what happens very shortly here.
All
right, bye, Annie. All right, guys. So we are following Enton. He is in the courtroom. He says there's about 25 people sitting in the family section. A lot of people I have not seen before. Many are already emotional. Family is on one side, media on the other. About 50 people total. And he says it's a small courtroom. It's pretty small. Kohberger not in there yet. Let's see if we missed anything else. There's the memorial in front of the house. That Anjanette Levy showed that as well earlier. Don't know who that is. Okay, so Kaylee Gonsalva's dad says he'll be at the hearing, and he says he's, quote, he's got pit bulls after him. If the evidence rolls out and this is the right person, then he has got pit bulls after him.
Then he's got pit bulls after him. So,
yeah, that's the latest. I don't see any of Bryan Kohberger's family here, but there is also an overflow room I can't see. So we don't know if the family of Bryan Kohberger is there. So bear with me, guys. I am watching my email for this. Did you make this, Mandy, that you sent me? Is this one of your Canva makings? Let me download it. Mandy's so cute. She makes the best things. Okay, let's see. Enron. Bryan Enron. Why does our phone automatically default to weird things like that? And I want to know about Bryan's letter from Montana or whatever. And Bryan's letter to dad. It's okay, Patrick. We're all open to our opinions, and you are welcome as much as anybody else to disagree. That's why we're all here. We all are adults, and we can disagree. And that is what's so wonderful about being adults, is that we don't all agree. We're not all the same person. We don't all think the same. BK family can watch on Zoom. Interesting. Let me show you what Mandy Joe made. Mandy. She's cute with her. She loves Canva. She makes the best things. All right. Let me show you guys. We are waiting. This is getting nerve-wracking. My stomach feels sick. Why is it doing this? Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. If I lose you, I'll be right back. Because it's telling me I don't have permission to let Google share my screen. And it's making me... Which I did. Hold on. I'm back. All right, let's see if it works now. Here we go. I don't know if you guys can read that. How do I make it bigger? Oh, the Streamlabs thing. It's so stupid. Why is it so small? Anyways, this says, what is a grand jury? The grand jury system is a mechanism for bringing a serious criminal matter to the district court. And we'll read this through in its entirety later. New judge, who dis, she says. And then we're going to learn about the district judges are elected by qualified electors in district-wide elections and a nonpartisan ballot every 4 years. The district judge has original jurisdiction in all cases and proceedings. And then fine print, Idaho Criminal Rules 6.5 indictment. And that has a lot of information. We'll go over that. I want to get back to Bryan Enton and thank Mandy May. Oops. What the hell is that? Thank Mandy May for sending that. Let's get to Enton. I don't want to miss any tweets. I know. I'm waiting. I can't wait till it comes in the email. So, like I said, guys, an update. They're gonna be recording this hearing, and then we are going to be able to play it. So there was no live streaming allowed. Kohberger just came in 1 minute ago, guys. Kohberger is in the courtroom. This is going to be starting shortly, guys. Kohberger is wearing an orange jail jumpsuit and seems to be wearing a bulletproof vest underneath. I need some more coffee. Let's share this. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a coffee Yeah, fight me. I'm in the media pool. Fight me. Just waiting patiently. And yes, it's going to be put out to all the media sources, but knowing me, if I stream it just from a random media source, they're going to get me. They're going to get me because someone's waiting in the wings to get me. Another streamer is waiting in the wings to get me because they want all of you on their channel. They don't want you over here on mine. They don't want you to have anything to do with me. They want you guys to say, oh, Jay's gone. I'm going to go to so-and-so. So just keep that in mind. Haters gon' hate. But I ain't scared. Because there's always other options. There's other options. No bueno on JB Bueno. He sucks. Sorry. That's probably why they keep dinging me. All right, I'm going to grab some coffee and my phone. I don't have my phone with me. I'll be right back. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Ride or die, baby. Ride or die. I love you guys. All right, I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. All right. Let's see. We got any new tweets? Not yet. Judge is now going over the indictment with Kohberger. Kohberger just said, yes, I do. When judge asked if he understands anything he says can be used against him. All right, it started. Judge is reading Kohberger his rights and charges. Kohberger is looking straight ahead and nodding a bit to show he understands what the judge is saying. I think he's excited about this. Okay, that's the latest. God, how do I get rid of this what to follow crap? Oh my gosh, I'm having anxiety. Damn, we dropped down to 700 people. Yeah, stop with WFLA. WFLA can fuck directly off. That is our stance here. Is JLR there? Well, I think that, can you guys hear me? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? What do you mean, where'd I go? Roll call, roll call. We had 1,200 people here. Now we have 700. And we are going to be getting that hearing real soon. And another thing that is really interesting is the Associated Press is the pool still camera people, and we are going to get all of the photos they take in court. And we're not gonna have to lift them from the Daily Mail or whomever. We're gonna be able to to do that. We're going to have everything. So we're going to be going through it all after we watch the hearing. And if you guys would like to help me and donate to the stream, it is scrolling across the bottom where you can do that. And I appreciate the people that have donated via Venmo and Cash App this morning. Thank you so much. You are appreciated. But I think you guys are right. I think using Patreon is going to be a good thing for the podcast in the future. For sure, for sure. Hold on, I'm just checking something. And thank you guys for being here and sticking around for this hearing with me. I appreciate you guys. All right. So the latest and greatest. Let's refresh here. We'll know when the court ends, so I'll know when to check my email. Okay, here we go. The judge is reading each victim's name as he goes over the murder charges. Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Judge tells Kohberger the maximum penalty is life in prison or death. I thought Bryan looked excited in the other hearing, too. I thought that he seemed excited to be there and, you know, to talk to the judge and all of that. What timer? What are you talking about? Timer? What are you guys talking about? Mandy, Mary, what is that you just sent me? I knew he'd stand silent. I knew it. Kohberger is standing silent, so the judge is entering not guilty pleas. Kohberger says yes, he understands the charges and penalties. The prosecution has 60 days to seek the death penalty. He stood mute and he let the judge put a not guilty plea. That was my answer on the thing, on the poll. He's going to keep everyone in suspense. This is his game, I think. So they should be wrapping up shortly, I would think. And then they've got the next. Oh, here we go. Kohberger's attorney is asking the judge to set the trial for October. She says it will take 4 weeks, maybe 6. They're looking for an October trial date, guys. October trial date. Oh, I know. I can't wait to see it too. I know. October. Already? That's quick. That's quick. Oh, the timer. Is that what you guys meant? I'm such an airhead. So he stood mute. Oh. Still waiting for that email. I got an email from someone else, which is really exciting. Can't share it, though. October will be here before we know it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Enough time to plan to attend if you would like to attend the trial. If we get a, we get an October date. October 2nd, we've got a trial date. Bryan Kohberger trial set for October 2nd at 8:30 a.m. October 2nd. Hey, Ann Johns. October 2nd, 8:30 a.m. We have a trial date, October 2nd, 8 a.m. That is going to be here before we know it. All right, so I don't know. October. Maybe I should crowdsource and go. Not sure. We'll have to see how sealed everything's going to be. Let's see what they decide on the gag order. We should be getting that hearing anytime now. So what they were doing is they're in there recording. As soon as it's done, they're going out into the outside of the courthouse, and that's where they're going to upload it to ULive, and we'll get the link. Nothing coming over yet. I'm waiting patiently. So let's see. This is how it's going to go. Grace Wong's court TV team will handle pool video cameras inside the courtroom. Once the arraignment is over, they will allow people to plug in on site for feeds and also put the video on YouTube for distribution. KOMO will be on site to plug into Grace's court TV recording and will distribute it via satellite uplink to various Seattle TV stations who can distribute it to their network affiliates. KOMO will also send the video via WeTransfer to AP, who will provide a link to the pool email group as soon as we get it. So that is how it's going to go. Bill at KOMO is going to send the link. I can't believe it's going to be in October already. Court's adjourned. All right. So now we will be checking email for. Oh, my daughter is 10. KOMO News. Yeah, those are the ones that volunteered to do it. Look at all of you loungers in chat. You guys are freaking awesome. And it may or may not, you guys might, if you're searching, you might see it pop up somewhere else first. I can't do anything about that. I'm waiting for the official email because I have to do things the right way. I don't get away with cutting corners on YouTube. Unfortunately, I have to follow all the rules. So that's where we stand. We're going to be waiting for the email to come across. Someone else might have their hands on it and get it on YouTube first. I'm not going to play someone else's stuff. So, I mean, basically don't bother sharing it because I'm going to wait for the official video to come across. I know this could have really went on for a long time, Lex Luthor. This could have been drug out for years. Thank you, Michelle. Judge said there would be no leaks in his courtroom. Can't say that as a fact. He stood mute. He stood mute and let the judge put in not guilty pleas to all. So, listen to me. Listen to me. Remember the whole story about someone he put video cameras in their house for him and he broke in? Listen, how do we know that he didn't break into the Idaho house before? And they have proof of that. And it's not their house that he put these things in, these cameras or something. I mean, he does have a charge of burglary. And they said, oh, because he broke in to commit a crime and a felony, which could be it, but could it be that he really did break in there? Yeah, he decided to stand mute. He's going to play this as much as he can. I really think he's playing games. I think this dude is into mind games. And quite frankly, I think he never got attention from women and now he is, which is a little bit scary. Because I think he's probably enjoying the attention he's getting. All right, we are waiting for this email to come across. As soon as I get the email, we're going to be playing this hearing. So don't go anywhere, guys. Well, we have 2 more hearings today. We have one at 10 for the media and the Gonsalves non-dissemination order. Then we have another hearing about the exculpatory evidence that the defense says the prosecution has. So they're going to be dueling in a hearing because the prosecution's like, we've given you X amount of terabytes of data. We've given you this, and this. What is it you're looking for that you think can prove your client's innocence in this case? So that's going to be at 11 a.m. Pacific. But those are not going to be public. The Zoom link, it's going to be on Zoom, but it was only for family and lawyers. So if anybody is streaming that Zoom, that's a big no-no. Because the judge made that clear in his order that was only for family and the lawyers of the victims and stuff. And I don't think this judge is going to mess around with people ignoring his orders. I just don't. Which is why I'm waiting for this official email to come across, because that's how we're going to have to do things here, guys. We're not going to always be the first, but we're always going to be proper, and we're always going to be doing things by the book. So sometimes that doesn't make you always first, unfortunately, and I've always just been like, I want to get this info out first, but you have to be careful. And I've learned that. So I am still waiting. I'm sure it takes a minute for them to get out of there, plug in, upload, get all of this going. So what do you guys think of this, though? This Demetrius's YouTube. Creepy or nah? I think it's a little weird that he's Papa proper. What message, Sinead? Let me see. John, I want to thank you for your $5 super chat. Thank you so much. And also Gracie. Robin became a lounger again, and Patrick and Nicole and Hellcat and Mike dropping mom and Leah Story. You guys are awesome. Thank you for coming into the lounge. Hello, Rusty Griswold. Yeah, but I also saw something else. I just got a new email and I got excited. It wasn't it, though. We're still waiting, guys. Oh, PayPal. Let me check. Sinead, you're so sweet. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sandy. Obsessed for Disney. Thank you for your PayPal. And Sinead, thank you so much for yours. Shell, thank you for your super sticker. You guys are awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Tracy, for your Cash App donation. Tracy, you know who you are. Thanks so much, you guys. Oh, that's from Liam. Thank you, Liam, baby. It just adds to the, you know, the intrigue of the case, right? He stood mute. We didn't get to hear him say anything. Bryan Enton tweeted October 2nd, long crime, October 22nd. Oh, for crying out, cats. They can't even get that right? All right, let me, hold on. We're going to go to Latah County of interest. Nothing yet. We'll find out. Don't fret. We will find out. It's gonna all come out as soon as we watch this hearing. Yeah, I don't know. Weird that their correspondents didn't get the date right. Someone got it wrong, I mean. (10:31). Kevin is calling a verdict for 10:31. And so they have to decide within 60 days if they're going to go for the death penalty. So if Kohberger's going to trial in October, that would mean 60 days from today would be approximately end of July. And then they would have August, September, and then they'd be going to trial October 2nd. We don't know yet, Lo. We'll find out. I'm thinking we will be able to watch it. It might be recorded. I'm not sure if Judge keeps it like this, like where it's going to be recorded. Another email, and it's not that one. I have like this fear that they're like gonna. I'm on the email loop. You know, I've gotten a gazillion emails all weekend, and I have like this fear that for some reason I'm not going to be on the loop when they send out the thing. But that's like next to impossible. But I just get paranoid because I do. Because I don't want to disappoint you guys. I do all of this because you guys come and watch, you know? And I appreciate you. If you're just joining, we are waiting for the hearing to come across our email here. And then we will also be sharing all of the Associated Press photos that they caught in the courtroom. So, which is really going to be cool because who knows how many photos they've snapped in there, and you know what the demeanor is like. Mr. J. Quinn, thanks. Okay, is anyone else creeped out that Moscow is District 2 of Idaho? All the twos. Yeah, we're not playing WFLA. We don't care about WFLA. We don't care about News Nation. We don't care about anyone owned by Nexstar. 11:13 be the verdict. I try, Flo. And I think that's why we're going to have to slow down a little bit and, you know, take things in and get the facts of the matter. And I don't know how WFLA has it already, unless they got it a different way. I have to wait for the link. So, you want to watch it here with the cool kids. We just have to have a little patience. It'll all work out. It will all work out, guys. And like in a couple minutes here, we're going to be inundated with videos and pictures. So right now we are just waiting. Thank you, Fraggle Rock. Yeah, we're going to be inundated in a few minutes, so go potty while you can. As soon as this bish comes across my email, it's on my Donkey Kong. Full screen. Tracy V, how are you? Hey, Lady Banjo. Yeah, the judge didn't allow live streaming, so. Liam sent another super chat. Let me see. Oh, the diaper gangster. Oh, give little Liam smoochies from Auntie J. Love that little boy. And I love the new picture, too. He is so dang cute, Shell. We just have the cutest grandkids, I swear. All of us here have the best looking grandchildren. What, Legendary? Sending you an email, dude. Get an estimate for an 8-week trip to Idaho and out. What? Are you serious? Holy. CEO. All right. Email me. Holy shit. That is so cool of you. I didn't get the email yet, yo. Ooh, CEO is the man. He feels bad. Would you guys love for me to go there? I'd be so scared. We're gonna, oh my God, if I go there and stay out there, I'm gonna be so scared. You guys can laugh at me. We'll go to the Corner Club. We'll go to the Mad Greek. We'll go all those places. Oh, we'll walk that path. I know, what a legendary move. He is the legendary CEO. How awesome. Smoke them if you got them, guys. Okay, no one is playing it yet. Emily Baker doesn't even have it yet. Leah says I can sleep in my car. Is anybody in here from Idaho? Yeah, walk the path where the guy came out with a knife. Chill, Roberta. That is so exciting. You guys are awesome. Like, I love this. I love this, and I want to step out of my comfort zone, and I want to do that for you. If it all works out. Gonsalves is how I've heard it. You have a rooftop tent for a car. You're going to be all pregos. Brooke, you're going to be all like ready to pop. When's your due date? I wasn't I? October 2nd is correct. Tigers. See my shirt? The video, I'm going to be getting it in my email. As soon as I get it, we're going to be playing it, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'm telling you, you're going to click around. You're going to go to some other channel. They're going to have shitty chat. And you're going to be like, what the hell? You're going to be like, why did I leave What's a 411? Because I should have just had patience and waited. Because we're the best chat out there. We're the best chat on YouTube. Stephen Crumbly. Stephen, maybe you can get a job with Hell's Canyon and you guys can... Yeah, I keep what on if you go to Idaho? Is that right, Easy E? Where'd you go to school? Paper chaser. I know my clock fell today. It fell. I hit the floor. I got to hang it back up. Oh, thank you. Another Realm Whispers. An OG in the house. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, these people, they just play their shit. And I'm the serial infringer. I sit here and make you guys wait. And I'm the serial infringer. And Johns, you got to do it. Come on, email. I'm refreshing, guys, and I'm waiting patiently. I'm not happy about it, but I'm waiting. Takes a minute for them to upload things and get them up. They're broadcasting it 3 different ways. So... And some of the media might be there. So if there's like, for example, Bryan Enton's there. So News Nation and WFLA and all of their affiliates are going to have it first because they're there. You have to be there. You have to be there to get it right away. But if you're not there, you wait for the link. He looks pale. Well, he probably hasn't seen the light of day in a while. Yeah, my email's checked. I'm refreshing it every 2 seconds. It's not there yet. I'm telling you, the media people that are there don't have to wait for it to be uploaded. Yeah, because they're playing other people's shit. See, Emily Baker's not going to get in trouble for playing News Nation stuff, right? I will. Damn, I don't know why I haven't gotten it yet. But like I said, the people that are there are going to have it first. There's a lot of media that said they weren't going to be there, though. And I don't see it out there in the mainstream right now. I'm following the judge's orders. Because the judge, like, okay, listen, I'm going to read you the email that the guy that runs the media pool at the courthouse said to me, okay? Listen, this is what he said. It says here, the order is set up using the framework in Idaho Court Administrative Rule 45. The rule roughly divides camera use into 3 types: recorded video or audio, live broadcast, or still photography. The conduct order in this case says the court may allow up to 2 devices for recorded video and audio and 1 still camera. People interested in being pool cameras must submit a camera request to the court. I have seen some discussion of possible pool providers, including Court TV and a couple local TV stations. And you still have to have, you're supposed to have it anyways. And you know, my luck, they'll screw me and I'll get dinged. So I see our numbers dropping and I get it. I get it. I've learned my lesson because there's always someone waiting in the wings to turn you in when you bend the rules. Yep, only me. And I never use them. Thank you for staying. Thank you, Legendary. I'm trying not to. It's just everybody else can play it and I can't, you know, it's bullshit. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Tough Tiff. Ooh, Brianna's moving. I do not envy that. I hate moving. Yeah, like I did a Google search on it and I don't see any mainstreams that have released it yet. Everything's 24 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 6 hours ago, 2 days ago. It sucks because some creators are able to cut the corners, right? And play whoever gets it out there first, and I can't do that. Yep. When you have to follow the rules, you're not always first. But that's okay. Aw, Schmikey. I hope I'm saying that right. Schmikey. I'd much rather play by the books than lose your streams altogether. I don't know what I'd do with my work days if they shut you down for just being an amazing streamer. Aw. Thank you. Ooh, press pass. Oh, there's Obsessed. Thank you for your donation, Obsessed. I hope they hit the like button before they left. Yeah, me too. Still nothing there. I'm still checking, yo. I'm still checking. All about it. I don't want to let you guys down. You know that. You know that's right. Cash me outside. How about that? So I know there's articles on it, him standing silent and all of this stuff. See, even Daily Mail doesn't have it out yet. They have the update in text. Well, that's why I'm getting a link and I'll be able to download the hearing. So I don't have to worry about that. Maybe it's delayed because of that. Nope, nothing in spam. I mean, can you imagine how crazy it is? All these news sources. Let me tell you how many news sources were on this email alone. A lot. So we've got KOMO, Routers, AP, Court TV, Lewiston Times, KLEW, KREM, Tegna, KIVI TV, Michael Ruiz, Scripps, Argonaut, Scripps, Nonstop Local, Boise, something, New York Times, Idaho Capital Sun, East Idaho News, Idaho Statesman, CDA Press, Spokesman, Boise State.edu, Scripps, Routers, AP, Court TV. There's a ton of people on this. But KOMO, you have to remember, KOMO is ABC, so they're going to have it first because they're there. They're the actual people that videoed it. We did help crack a case. Well, we didn't really crack a case. We were just live when it happened, but it was exciting. It was crazy. Just talked to Caressa the other day for a long time when we kind of reminisced on that whole case. And I said, we are forever connected because of that. And, you know, it was really sweet to hear her say that she appreciated, like, how I handled that, like putting her on mute and stuff. Oh, Reuters? I thought it was Routers. Oh, yeah. In new news, I saw this while I was gone, is that University of Idaho is purchasing the, what's it called? University of Phoenix for $550 million. And this is a school that had, you know, their attendance was low and everything else. Leslie, you're from Idaho or from Utah? My God, my husband wants to go to Utah so bad. It looks so pretty there. He watches a YouTuber that does, and he's probably listening right now. It drives me fucking crazy. But he watches a YouTuber that does like towing or something, and he's in Utah, and they go out and like, it's really, really pretty there. Aw. Anne. She did. Where'd she go? Oh, because I'm not playing it yet. That's okay. Crazy Acres, you're there too? I know. Where is the freaking email? Heather, any updates? Is there an issue? Looks like where's this one from? See, some people aren't even live yet. They're waiting to get the email and then they're going live. Oh shit. Here's Chanley from Court TV. She said that Kaylee Gonsalva's sister Olivia, holding her newborn, expressed to the victim advocate how upset they are that the judge mispronounced Kaylee's name. Ann Jeanette Levy says, this is very interesting. Basically, Ann Taylor says we are ready to go. Oh my God. So many people are on Twitter put October 22nd. It's October 2nd. God, still no email, guys. And mind you, I've been sitting here since 9 o'clock getting ready for this. Do you guys think that there will be a delay in the trial? Doesn't sound like it to me, not from the defense's aspect. Sounds to me like they're ready to go. Pronounced her name wrong too? That's not good. That's disrespectful. Very, 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 very. Hang on. I think I'm going to need a Coke Zero in a minute. I know you guys have watched it already. But, yeah. Buy the book, Jay. KOMO doesn't even have it yet. The only people that are playing it are News Nation, WFLA people. KOMO News. And they're the ones that recorded it. They don't even have it out. Yeah, they're probably backed up. I bet you the internet is cray there, backed up. It might be uploading slow. But I'm telling you guys, there's only 2 channels that have this right now. So I'm not going to stress it. Yeah, because he's not worried. Yeah, KOMO is the one that recorded it. They're the ones that are uploading it. Yeah, Court TV's there as well. So there was 2 pool cameras. There was KOMO and Court TV. You must get up and walk around. I do. I do walk around SEMA. I can't walk around right now. I'm waiting for an email to come through. Yeah, that's when it all started, Nicole. Chandley and Anjanette. I know. It's driving me nuts too, guys. Trust me. Trust me. What's going on in chat? What's going on? Who's fighting? No fighting. Loungers can't fight. Here, this is what I say when people have disagreements. I understand. Everybody's going to have different opinions about stuff. And I don't care. You guys can go watch it. I don't blame you. I probably would too. I appreciate you guys so much. Like if KOMO doesn't have it and they're the ones that recorded it, I'm feeling like they are working on uploading it right now. Jennifer loves horses. Let's talk about why he would stay silent. What does that mean? I think it's just more of an intrigue. I think it is more of, yeah, I know she's playing it, kind of. I know. She doesn't get in trouble. She's a lawyer. She can defend herself if they come after her. I'm not a lawyer. Unfortunately. It's just people saying one thing and doing another. Jay, it gets old for us after a while. What do you mean, Heather? Oh, I got you. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think it's all a game. Aw, Amy, thank you. Yeah, I mean, open up 2 windows. It's cool. But we're all loungers here, so. Yeah, what can be used, what he says in court can be used against him, so he's quiet. But I think it also adds to the intrigue and the wonder, did he do it? I think he enjoys this process. I think he's enjoying this process. It's true though, Tiff. All I've got is Chat GPT to write me some crafty letters. Yeah, I think he loves it too. Let's check email again. Nothing yet. Still fucking waiting. Let me check spam again. Nope. I'm surprised no one is messaging in the thread, though. Damn, this is taking forever. I mean, if KOMO puts it on YouTube, I can play it. Because I have clearance through them with the cameras, Hold on. We have some photos we can look at here on KOMO. Oh my God, their website is frozen. Check this out. Shit is freezing up here. This is probably why they're having a problem. It's really slow. Oh, he looks bad. He looks bad. I don't think he's faring well in jail. I don't know. He doesn't look too good. The Richard, interesting. He doesn't look good, guys. He really doesn't. Maybe he was seeing if his parents were there or his family was there. And that's from the last time, see? They literally only have 2 pictures that are new on here so far. They're uploading all this stuff as we speak. Because that's old. That's old. That's new, it looks like. That's old. That's old. And this is the people that were in the courtroom right here. Maybe this is the hearing here. Let's see.
Built save lives.
11, a grand jury in Idaho has now indicted the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students. Bryan Kohberger has been indicted on 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary. He's accused of killing the 4 students, including Ethan Chapin from Skagit County, back in November at a home near the university campus. Kohberger is now...
They don't even have the thing up on their own website yet. It's the same shiz. And that steak or whatever that is, or ribs, looks fucking good, man. All right, let's check the email again. Nothing yet. Still nothing. It's still not put out by them yet. I bet you there's a backlog of internet. That's what I'm thinking. Excuse me. Courtney Levon. You would think so, but they still strike me when I do that. Nope. Can't play law and crime. Can't play law and crime. They strike like a mofo. They really do. All right, I'm going to email this Nate. Hang on. God, it's been an hour since the hearing started already. I just sent an email to the court guy. Okay, wait. What did I get? What was I going to explain? Thank you, Mama Bear. How unfortunate to be vegan and have the word burger. Bryan Kohberger. No. Okay. Email. Kohberger with cheese. I'll have a Kohberger with cheddar cheese and grilled onions. Remember in the post of his, he said that he felt like a sack of meat. Would you like a chief French fry with your Bryan Kohberger? It might come out of my butt later. Oh, shit. So damn immature, I swear. Oh, shit. A vegan Kohberger. A vegan Kohberger. Thank you, Vivian. I'll have my Bryan Kohberger with mayo and cheddar cheese and a large chief French fry on the side. Don't add ketchup. That's not what you think. Ooh, a burger, fries, and a vanilla shake. Oh, we've got it. Wait, hold on. Okay, hold up. We don't have it yet. False alarm. All right, I just sent an email to the media pool. That's what the guy suggested I do. So we'll see what happens. Weird. Do you guys see it on any Main Street medias yet besides those two? Let me refresh Como News. Not yet. It's not even on their website yet. Can someone check KOMO News YouTube? Ooh, I love sweet potato fries. Do they... Wait, what is this? He's going to be a cooked Kohberger? Do they make Elantras condiment holders? We can get like a... We can have a restaurant and we'll make it all like Killer's sandwiches. And then we'll have like Elantras. We'll have like rider trucks. Wouldn't that be sick? I don't know if I mean sick or sick. We could have like, oh my gosh, you could make it like a hodgepodge of all different stuff. Like different crimes. Do you think, I think that would be a hot spot. I think people would come for that. As sick as that is. I mean, if people pay thousands of dollars to go to CrimeCon, don't you think that they would come to my true crime restaurant in Tampa Bay? What an idea. And then I could franchise the shit and then I wouldn't have to worry about YouTube monetization. Where is legendary CEO? I need a CEO to handle this business proposition. What could we name it? What would be a good franchise name? Serial killer pies. We could have cereal on the... We could do breakfast. We could have cereal. Wouldn't that be cool? Like, yeah, a true crime cafe. Like, I don't know what you could call it. But you wouldn't even have to have like the actual murderabilia. You could just like get other things and make it, themed that way. Oh, you guys, I watched something last night. I gotta look on my. No, I'm just asking if you guys are seeing other people put it out. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing an email. KOMO is going to be our go-to. And they don't even have the video up yet. Okay, so this girl, Lynn Ann Nugent, that I was following earlier, she gave us info that Bryan Ensign didn't. Kohberger faces maximum 10 years for burglary, 4 consecutive life sentences, death penalty for murder charges, fines up to $200,000, and payment of $20,000 to families. So we didn't get that from. That's why you got to scour everybody. That's why you have to follow and sift through it. But don't worry, I'll do it for you. I can't with these shoes. Yeah, if KOMO hasn't put it out, they're the ones that recorded it. Okay. What's up, Kevin? No, I'm talking about is KOMO. Like, they recorded it, so they actually had the camera in the courtroom. There were 2 cameras in the courtroom, so I don't know who else was in there with them. Law and Crime is doing a panel Q&A, but no major news have put it on there. Just so you know. Maddie's dad was there? Hang on. Hang on. He don't look good either.
Also a little blue, similar to when we were here the last time because it was winter break. It is now.
He don't look good either. Here we go. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. We are in like Flynn. Here is the download link. Huge thank you to KOMO News. All right, here we go, guys. You ready? Are you ready for this? Download. Oh, I feel like I'm going to pee my pants. I'm so nervous. We got 1 minute until it's done downloading, and then we are in like Flynn, okay? Cover the Corey Riches case. I don't know that one. Thank you guys for sticking around. We are definitely not buffering at all. $45 seconds left, and we are going to be playing the video, guys. So Thanks for sticking around. 30 seconds, 29. Yeah, I got it. I'm good. I'm good. Aileen Wieners, Ted Bunt Cakes, Kale Burgers, John Wayne, Glazy Donuts, and Zodiac Cakes. That's awesome, Brooke. Yes, we got it. We got it. We got it. He clenches his jaw. Yeah, he did in the first one, too. I noticed that. Two seconds. All right, here we go. Let me get it pulled up here. It is downloaded, and we are ready to go. Hold up. Here we go, guys. Let me turn off the... Wait, hold up. Let me turn off this music. Ooh, an egg sandwich. That sounds fucking good. Let me get rid of this. And turn that off. Okay, here we go, guys. I'm so nervous. Do we have sound? Do we have sound? We have no sound? Can you guys hear the hearing or no? We have no sound? Oh my God. Hold on. Jesus Christ. You guys are amazing to even stick around for my bullshit. You know what? Jesus. I'm about to lose it here. Tell me if you can hear it this time. Tell me if you can hear it this time. No, you do not, Megan. Not when it comes to this kind of stuff. This is really bad that it's not. No, you do not, Megan. Not. Christ almighty. I'm so sorry. When it comes to this kind of... Christ almighty. I'm so sorry. His family's on Zoom. Can you guys hear it or no? His family's on Zoom. Can you guys hear it or no? Jesus Christ. We'll get it. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. I'm working on this. I don't know why the hell you're not hearing it. I'm sorry. And we're going to want to watch this more than once anyway. So hold on. So I think I figured out the problem. Hold up. Okay. It's going to work now. I think I figured it out. Sorry about that, you guys. I'm learning. Okay, here we go. If I didn't have my if I had my regular streaming software, it'd be better. Hopefully you guys can hear this. Do you have sound? I feel like you do. No? What's that background noise then? Did you see him? No. What's that background noise then? That was weird. Len. We'll be in. We'll be in. Hold up. All right, here we go. I've got it, and you're going to be able to hear it. Sorry, guys. I'm doing my best. Damn it. Jay Logsden. Here we go. Oh, shit. What did I just do? We're just going to watch it from East Idaho News because I'm not stressing. Nate's not an a-hole. All right, here we go. Not very good quality, but hey, whatever. All right, we're good. Here we go, guys. Let me start it over. Here you go. Damn. Jay, quit touching stuff.
All rise. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good morning, everybody. We have some people on Zoom here too, so we're going to hide. Okay, let's get on the record, please. Thank you. Okay, we are now on the record in State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, CR 29222803. Mr. Kohberger is in the courtroom along with his attorney, Ms. Taylor. I believe also part of the team is Jay Logston and Lisa Massa, who is participating by Zoom, I believe. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Lake County Prosecutor's Office, or Prosecuting Attorney. Ms. Jennings is of that office too, Lake County Prosecutor's Office. Also, part of that team is Ingrid Beatty and Jeff Nye, both from the Idaho Attorney General's Office. I'm John Judge. If you don't know me, I'm the Lake County District Judge, and I'll be presiding over this case. So, Mr. Kohberger, you've already heard a lot what I'm going to tell you at your initial appearance, but I'll repeat it to you because it's important, and I want to remind you of these issues. So I'll briefly cover your rights, the charges against you, and the maximum penalties if you are found guilty or if you plead guilty. So I'm going to start with the rights. You have a constitutional right to have an attorney represent you throughout these proceedings. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, then one is appointed at public expense. Ms. Taylor and her team have already been appointed, so that's taken care of. You have a right to a speedy and public jury trial where the state would be required to prove every element of each charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. At that trial, you would have the right to cross-examine the witnesses called against you. That means to see, hear, and question them, to call witnesses to testify for you, and if you choose to testify in your own defense. But you're not required to testify because you also have a right of silence. That right is protected under the Idaho and federal constitutions, so you can remain silent throughout these court proceedings, and that can't be held against you. What you do need to remember, though, is that anything you do say, other than to your lawyers, could be used against you in a later court proceeding. You understand that? Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You also have a right to appeal any final decision of the court. In order to exercise that right, you need to file a notice of appeal within 42 days of that final decision, or that right is waived. Also, if you are not a United States citizen, any finding of guilt in this state could have adverse consequences to your legal status. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Any questions about the rights?
No.
All right. So let's go to the indictment. You have a copy of the indictment in front of you?
Yes.
Thank you. And you see in the heading your name there. Is that your correctly spelled complete name?
Yes, it is.
Is that the correct birth date underneath your name?
Yes.
Are those the correct last four digits of your social security number?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to read you the charges on the indictment, starting with count 1, burglary. That is a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-1401 and 1403. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. Count 2, murder in the first degree. That was a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho,
did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died. Count 3, murder in the first degree, a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kayla Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing Kayla Gonzalez, from which she died. Count 4, murder in the first degree. That's a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Alleging that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Zaina Kernodal. Excuse me. This is hard. I'm sorry. Zaina Kernodal, a human being, by stabbing Zaina Kernodal, from which she died. Count 5, murder in the first degree. This is a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died. This is signed on May 16, 2023, by the presiding grand juror. So now I'm going to go to the maximum penalties of each charge, starting with count 1, burglary, minimum 1 year, in up to 10 years in imprisonment, fine of up to $50,000 or both fine and imprisonment, restitution for the victim's economic losses resulting from the crime. For counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, murder in the first degree, maximum penalties, life in prison or the death penalty. Fine of up to $50,000 for both fine and life in prison or the death penalty. Restitution for the victim's economic losses resulting from the crime. Also, additional fine of up to $5,000 to be paid directly to the victim's families. If you are found guilty or plead guilty on each charge, and the maximum sentences are imposed consecutively, that means one right after the other, you could be facing 10 years in prison, followed by 4 consecutive life sentences or death penalties, fines of up to $200,000 and $20,000 to be paid directly to the families, with any restitution resulting from the crimes. Okay. Mr. Kohberger, do you understand the charge in count 1?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 2, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 3, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 4, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 5, murder in the first degree? Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Kohberger prepared to plead to these charges?
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
Okay, because Mr. Kohberger is standing silent, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on each charge, counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, at this juncture, the state has 60 days to get a notice of intention to seek the death penalty. And Mr. Kohberger has a constitutional and statutory right to a speedy trial. So let's start with you, Ms. Taylor, and then Mr. Thompson to discuss scheduling.
Your Honor, we'd ask the court to set this trial at the very outside of the speedy trial, right? We're not prepared to do anything but ask the court to do that today.
Okay. Have we counted out when that will be? November?
I have not counted it out, Your Honor, but I believe that would be about November 22nd. This one's maybe November. So I'd ask the court to set it for an October trial date.
How long do you think it will take to try the case?
My best guess is it would take at least 4 weeks, maybe 6.
So you'd like me to set this for a 6-week trial?
At this point, I would, Your Honor.
Well, and in order to do so, I will have to get rid of some of the other 3 trials I have, but this is more critical and more important. So, Mr. Thompson, what's your?
Those trial dates are workable to the state judge.
Thank you. About October 2nd, starting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, for 6 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Anything else we need to address today, Taylor?
Not with regard to the trial setting.
Anything else?
No.
Thank you. Thompson?
Nothing to say right now.
All right. So with that, by the way, I do want to let everybody know, if they don't already know this, that once the grand jury issued the indictment, preliminary hearing scheduled to start on June 26th was no longer needed and was vacated. So some people are confused about that. So I thank counsel and the media and the public for your attention and respect. So we are adjourned. Thank you.
I heard the baby. I heard the baby. Did you guys hear the baby? And nothing. Hang on. I want to rewind to where he says the names again. That was shameful.
The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Lake Clark County prosecutor, presiding over this case. Proceeding public jury trial in your own defense. But you're not required to your lawyers. Could be used against you in a later court proceeding. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You also have a right to appeal any final decision of the court. In order to exercise that right, you need to file a notice of appeal within 42 days of that final decision, or that right is waived. Also, if you are not a United States citizen, any finding of guilt in this state could have adverse consequences to your legal status. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Any questions about the rights?
No.
All right. So let's go to the indictment. You have a copy of the indictment in front of you?
Yes.
Thank you. And you see in the heading your name there. Is that your correctly spelled complete name?
Yes, it is.
Is that the correct birth date underneath your name?
Yes.
Are those the correct last 4 digits of your social security number?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to read you the charges on the indictment, starting with count 1, burglary. That is a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-1401 and 1403. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. Count 2, murder in the first degree. That was a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died. Count 3, murder in the first degree, a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kayla Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing Kayla Gonzalez, from which she died. Count 4, murder in the first degree. That's a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Alleging that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Zayna Kernodle. Excuse me. This is hard. I'm sorry. Zayna Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Zayna Kernodle, from which she died. Count 5, murder in the first degree. This is a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died. This is signed on May 16, 2023, by the presiding grand jury. So now I'm going to go to the maximum penalties of each charge, starting with count 1, burglary, minimum 1 year, up to 10 years in imprisonment fine of up to $50,000 or both fine and imprisonment, restitution for the victim's economic losses resulting from the crime. For counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, murder in the first degree, maximum penalties, life in prison, or the death penalty. Fine of up to $50,000 for both fine and life in prison or the death penalty. Restitution for the victim's economic losses resulting from the crime. Also, additional fine of up to $5,000 to be paid directly to the victim's families. If you are found guilty or plead guilty on each charge, and the maximum sentences are imposed consecutively, that means one right after the other, you could be facing 10 years in prison, followed by 4 consecutive life sentences or death penalties, fines of up to $200,000 and $20,000 to be paid directly to the families with any restitution resulting from the crimes. Okay. Mr. Kohberger, do you understand the charge in count 1?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 2, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 3, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 4, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 5, murder in the
Yes.
first degree? Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Kohberger prepared to plead to these charges?
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
Because Mr. Kohberger is standing silent, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on each charge, counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, at this juncture, the state has 60 days to give notice of intention to seek the death penalty. And Mr. Kohberger has a constitutional and statutory right to a speedy trial. So let's start with you, Ms. Taylor, and then Mr. Thompson to discuss schedule.
Your Honor, we'd ask the court to set this trial at the very outside of the speedy trial, right? We're not prepared to do anything but ask the court to do that today.
Okay. Have we counted out when that will be? November?
I have not counted it out, Your Honor, but I believe that would be about November 22nd, this one's maybe November 20th. So I'd ask the court to set it for an October trial date.
How long do you think it will take to try the case?
My best guess is it would take at least 4 weeks, maybe 6.
So you'd like me to set this for a 6-week trial?
At this point, I would, Your Honor.
I don't think the next one's going to be aired, you guys. I think that one's private.
And in order to do so, I will have to get rid of some of the other 3 trials I have, but this is more critical and more important.
Wait, what's more critical and more important?
So, Mr. Thompson.
Hold on.
So, Mr. Thompson, what's your F2?
At least 4 weeks, maybe 6.
So you'd like me to set this for a 6-week trial?
At this point, I would, Your Honor.
Well, and in order to do so, I will have to get rid some of the other jury trials I have, but this is more critical and more important. So, Mr. Thompson, what's your?
Those trial dates are workable to the state judge.
Thank you. About October 2nd, starting. Yes, sir. Okay, for 6 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Anything else we need to address today, Taylor?
Not with regard to the trial setting.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thompson?
Nothing to say at this time now.
All right. So with that, by the way, I do want to let everybody know, if they don't already know this, that once the grand jury issued the indictment, preliminary hearing scheduled to start on June 26th was no longer needed and was vacated. So some people are confused about that. So I thank counsel and the media and the public for your attention and respect. So we are adjourned. Thank you.
Little Maddie K was making herself known at the end of that hearing. She was like, and my auntie's name is Kaylee, not Kayla. I can't believe that he didn't know how to pronounce their names. I mean, come on. This has been on the news for how long? Does this guy live in a cardboard box? I didn't like that. I feel really bad for the family. Did it say Kayla? God, I hope not. Okay, October 2nd, trial date. Okay. And, that's going to make it conclude right around the anniversary. Could you imagine him getting off around the anniversary if he did? Maddie K. That's the little baby's name. Maddie K, I think. Kayla was the chick on Dateline. Make that make sense, guys. Sinead, it seems like it. Kayla was the girl on Dateline. Kaylee's friend, Kayla. I guess we, have to think too that maybe it's this area. Are you guys scared to send me out there? So we have to wait and see. So we have a date on cameras in the courtroom for June the 9th. And then we also have this gag order issue being carried over to June the 9th. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'll check right now. And then there's another hearing today on the evidence that is supposed to exonerate the guy. Vivian, thank you so much. Vivian, I got your PayPal. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Yeah, her name's Maddie K. I think it's all one word, like Maddiekay or something like that. I think it's continued. I think that I'm refreshing the court site and they haven't posted anything yet. It probably won't be filed until tomorrow. Excuse me. Yeah, so they're supposed to be talking about the evidence that's going to be supposedly exonerating him. I know. I'm really confused. Theodora Maddie K. Thank you. Why is everyone out there? Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys that live out there. I know this is a small town. Okay. And I know you guys have had, murders and rapes. I mean, like every college town or town has murders and rapes, right? Not every town, but you know what I mean. They've definitely had murders. But this should put Idaho on the map, right? So I'm going to backpedal a little bit and say these people are probably really nervous with this media coverage. You've got to remember it's worldwide. Shirley, you just have to remember that like most of us have only seen the Daybell case and this from Idaho. So I don't mean it when I say that. It's not fucking Arkansas. I don't know. I wouldn't want to go there either by myself. I hear Don Wells resides there now. But I mean, look at Sinead is on the other side of the world and she's following this, and maybe they're just not used to, this kind of coverage. So I ask you guys that are out there, do you feel that it's nervousness because of the eyes being on them? They want to do everything right. Like you don't want to screw up and then you do. I mean, they're human beings as well. So if you think about it, like if they're nervous, that could be screw-ups too, because Chief Fry was certainly nervous. He was out of his league, and I kind of feel bad because I think he's getting a lot of scrutiny, and I'm not ready to like, people can be strange, but it doesn't mean that they're sinister, just because people are odd or their behavior seems odd to you. And if we judge people on oddness, I don't think we'd have a lot of friends. Everybody has their own level of oddness and what they're comfortable with and what they're not. And just because he's the chief of police does not mean that he's comfortable public speaking, because he's in a little town. I don't know. They're supposed to be having a meeting or something. I don't know. Thumbs. Everything's sealed, so we won't know. And I'm asking you guys that live out there because I'm foreign to there. I've never been there. I don't know what it's like there, but I do know what it's like to grow up in a small town. And I think that if my little town of Romeo, Michigan had a quadruple murder and it put us on the map, that I think our little town judges would be, even though they're district court, it's still a small county with like what, one city in it, Moscow. I don't know. I'm just remembering, that these people are human as well. Obsessed says, I still have love for Chief Fry. I saw the genuine relief and pride in his face the day of the arrest. I felt it. I trust your gut, Obsessed. And I think you should trust your gut as well, because just because people are odd doesn't make them killers. It doesn't make them hiding things. It just maybe they're just odd. I mean, and think about this too. So here you have, they went through this COVID thing, and COVID masks, mandates, and all that were insane out there. And they had like threats, like Chief Fry he was being threatened. And then they roll into this, like everybody wanted them defunded. And then they roll into a quadruple murder. And then they've got everyone and their brother out there reporting, not just the mainstream news. They have TikTokers, and they have Facebookers, and they have YouTubers, and they have Twitter people, and they have who God knows, Rumble. I mean, who knows how many people like me who were out there reporting on it as well. So you have all your mainstream media, then you have all of us, and then you have all these chats, and then you have groups and message boards and tweets and fucking everything. It's crazy. Totally a circus. But what do you guys think? So let me know what you think of this. Let's talk this out. So if there wasn't a gag order all along and we had access to everything, how do you think that could have hurt the case? How do you think it could have hurt the case if the gag order was never put in place? I'm curious what that would look like, or what that would mean. With no gag order, what would this have looked like on social media, in podcasts, and on the news? Curious what your thoughts are. I don't know if they're going to be emailing the other videos. I'm not sure. Let's check out this, though, on Twitter. We have a statement from the Gonsalves family. The family would like to thank everyone for continuing to follow this case and keep the memories of Kaylee Maddie. Did I share this? Hold on. Oop. Sorry. Oops. They are what is important. Sorry, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan alive. They are what is important, not the defendant. We are thankful that the Latah County District Attorney's Office finally took the case to a GJ and came back with an indictment. At the same time, we are disappointed that the judicial process has not been more efficient in addressing the gag order. This is just a beginning of a long journey for all the families, and we are thankful for your continued support and coverage. Let's watch him walk in again. This is... Here, let's pull up my video because we can pause it, but let's go back and see. Before we do that, let's go back and see if there's any updates. What happened to my Twitter? All right, let's go through this and see here. Okay, we read the statement, and then we have the gag order hearing. Judge says because the media coalition went to the Supreme Court, it has slowed the process down. And Shannon Gray says that he wants the gag order issues resolved quickly, asking the judge to address it this week. The judge says that the AP and media coalition needs to tone down. They need to tone down their challenge of the gag order. So the judge must be not wanting to rule on this very quickly because he's like, take a seat, media. It's not good. Or is it? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But at any rate, that's what we're getting. Tone it down. Can't even pronounce the names right, but he's telling the media, tone it down. I can tell you right now, the media tried harder to pronounce the victims' names correctly than the judge did, in my opinion. Oh, Joe, I agree with you. This is going to be like O.J. Simpson and shiz. So if we're going to do this, if you guys are going to follow me, if I go out there, we got to do this quick, because everything's going to be crazy. All the media is going to be out there. If they're not, they probably already booked their shiz, you know? Let's see here. So tone it down. And then there's two different issues in court right now. The number one is Gonsalva's attorney wants clarity so he can speak on behalf of his clients. So they're saying that Shannon Gray hasn't talked because he hasn't had clarity. And he's like, I'm not going to get screwing around here and have this backfire on me. You guys are going to explain this gag order and what it means. And then I'm going to be able to challenge you as to your reasons, is what I think. That's just my opinion. I'm definitely not a lawyer, but hey, that's my thought. And then it says, too, the media coalition is fighting for more public information and less strict gag order. So the Gonsalves want clarification and the media wants more information. Just to put it out there. Judge is not making any decisions today on the gag order. Hearing set for June 9th to address it. Also a hearing June 27th to address cameras in courts. Correction. Both orders will be addressed on the 9th. The gag order and the cameras will be addressed on the 9th. And after we find out about the order, then of course, you know, like I did for this one, we'll get our name in there so that we are A-okay. Thank you, Kevin. You're very welcome. Oh my gosh, Shell, my bodyguard. Come on, come on. Yeah, I'm not really liking the tone it down. It's kind of like a cop saying he slid in your DMs. Like, tone it down. I don't know. I don't like that. I guess I would have had a lot more respect for the judge if he pronounced their names correctly. I thought that was really bad, actually. I haven't gotten anything else from them yet. That's the latest from Enton. Let's see what's going on just generally. Whoa, a fake Bloomberg account with a verified blue check on Twitter posted an AI-generated picture of an explosion at the Pentagon. There was no explosion at the Pentagon, but the stock market dipped. See, this is when they need to... This is what freaking... Wow. This is... Oh, my God. It doesn't even look like the Pentagon, though. It looks like... That doesn't look like America to me. See, they're going to start faking shit, guys. And this is why we have to stick together. Tone down for what? Stand up. This is why we have to stick together. Because of this crazy shit right here. This crazy shit right here. Because this is enough to drive people bonkers. I mean, this is just getting crazy. What's this? Look at this guy says, a preview of our run up to the elections. There will be a massive disinformation generated via AI. Much of it will be accepted as fact. Oh, I'm not laughing. Danger Will Robinson, photo, video, YouTube, lost in space. This isn't even funny. That's not even funny. Ooh, here's that picture. Ooh. He's like, I like your blonde hair. You're my type. Look at to the right. Look at our Lizzie Bones. Look on the far right and look look at her comment. Lizzie, if you're here, I love you. I've never seen Lost in Space. I don't even know what it is. I know it's a show, but I've never seen it. What, Heather? Oh, I'm sure. He's like, ooh, you are a cougar. And talk about good birthing hips, Ann Taylor. Ooh, you've got those birthing hips I like, baby. I know Sinead doesn't think there's really space. She thinks it's all made up. Oh, I know. Isn't it always like that, Annie? And Annie, everybody wanted to know if you were the real Annie Potts, the actress. I just have never, I don't know. I never saw that show. It wouldn't have interested me then. But look at Lizzie Bones over there with Kevin McAllister. I fucking love it. GILF? What's that? What does that stand for? They're having 3 hearings. Yep. Excuse me. Tired. Traveled all day yesterday. Uneventful flight, thankfully. Ha, Annie Potts says, definitely not her, but she's my fave. Firmament? Is that like ferminated? Look at him. He's like, you are so sexy. Like, why don't you write me letters in jail? You can sign more than my indictment. Yeah, he's gross. So, you guys, even if you didn't do this and you were accused, don't you think you'd have a different demeanor? Don't you think that you wouldn't be playing games if you didn't do it? I feel like not guilty people would have a different demeanor, not be smiling and acting like, I know I got this in the bag. No, a real not guilty person would be fucking concerned. They would be concerned. They would be worried. If someone else did it and you were taking the fall, you would not be smiling. You'd be taking this serious. This motherfucker still thinks that he can beat this. He thinks he's smarter than everyone. He told the cop in Washington, well, where I come from, we don't have crosswalks. So what I did really isn't wrong because I didn't know any better. This boy never took accountability for any of his actions, ever. And you would want to say, I am not guilty of this. And you would be confident in saying, I'm, I don't know, man. You would be worried. If you're a human being, you would be worried. You would not be sitting there going, hey, baby. Where I come, we don't have crosswalks except for where there's crosswalk. That's what he said. We don't, where I come from in Pennsylvania, we don't really have crosswalks. We just have them where there's crosswalks. So I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be, disrespectful. He still tries to smooth it over, but he's not good at smoothing it over. Let's analyze that, shall we? Can we? I'm gonna go grab a Coke Zero and we're gonna analyze that latest body cam. Because it gives away what his whole personality is like, in my opinion. Where is the damn thing? I gotta be careful. Who's our sure? I don't want to be a serial infringer now. Oh, Jesus. Where is it? That's him today. He looks super duper pale. He looks like he's sick to his stomach. And I want to know, in that picture right there, that screen like that right there, who's he staring at? I swear, if he's staring at Steve G, that'll make me throw up. That will make me sick. God, this new mailman we have, he drives that damn. He drives that Jeep like a freaking bat out of hell. Is this the whole thing? Okay, hang on. I have a question. Do all officers tell you they're recording when they're recording? Like, do they have to do that? You don't think he has the balls to look at Steve? He's challenging them, in your opinion? You think he's just looking at, like, just staring? Is he in protective custody or general population? I think he's by himself. I'm sure he's by himself. They're having audio issues. Oh, that's a big surprise, right? All right. I'm going to go grab a Coke Zero. Did I ask you to do that? Frag a rock. All right. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab a pop. Actually, hang on. Never mind. I'm going to have someone get one for me. Okay. Oh, A.T. Ann Taylor. I'm like, staring at Ann Taylor. I was like, staring at what? Thank you. Okay, so, let's watch this body cam and talk about it. Summer says yes. Let's do it.
Audio and video recorded. I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
so
I was behind you the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically you're not supposed to.
He's like, I was stuck at the light. Actually, what happened, I really didn't do anything wrong. Actually, what happened, oh my God, my mouse. I was stuck at the light. And then he's like a smart ass later and he's like, So I should have backed up. He knows you don't back up.
Audio and video recorded. I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
So
I was
forced
behind
to
you the
the
whole
left.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, you're not supposed to enter the intersection at all for that reason, because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you run the red light. So that's the reason I stopped you. Do you have your license on you?
Yep.
Do you have the registration and insurance?
Let me just get this for you out.
You what?
I'm just gonna get this out for you.
Okay.
So would you explain that to me a little bit further? So in Pennsylvania, when you're stuck like in their intersection, you have to make the left. So what would the appropriate thing for me to have done? Just
You're
back up
not
in
supposed
that
to
situation?
block an intersection like that in Washington. So just by you blocking the intersection, that's technically a ticketable violation. And then then you're running a red light. So it's another ticketable offense. So you're not supposed to proceed into the intersection until you can go. Because a lot of people do what you just did, right? Is like you're sitting in the intersection waiting and then turns and then you're blocking. So
yeah, there was a little bit of confusion with speeding because someone had stopped. I wasn't sure what they were doing, and then they put on their light to turn. So I thought that maybe they were letting me go through.
Oh.
Did you see that?
No.
So like right before I made the turn.
And he's annoyed. He's annoyed that she's like, no, I didn't. Sorry. He's like, did you see that? And she's like, no. What do you mean, Mike? How can you help? With the serial what? Infringer? Funny, he's feeling so confident too when he didn't get the job with the Pullman police.
And there was someone who like, made a right. They didn't have their signal on, so I wasn't sure if they were just waiting.
Yeah, so I would just advise just don't enter the intersection until you can go so you don't get stuck. Let's see.
But in that situation, the best thing to do then would be back up. And not...
I don't know if there's a best thing to do in that situation because you're either going to back up into somebody or you're going to run a red light.
Back up?
So, or you're going to be sitting in an intersection. Yeah. There's not really a great option there.
Yeah, I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of slightly, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few lines, like there's one white line and there's another one in front. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of put your vehicle
margin.
Yeah. So I know laws vary state to state, but there is a law in Washington for blocking an intersection like that, proceeding through when you don't when you're just stalling. I forget the actual verbiage. I can find it for you, but it's like stalling, blocking an intersection.
Okay, here we go, guys.
I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to.
Oh no, yeah, I can find it for you. Yeah. One second.
We got the second hearing. Are you guys ready for this? Are y'all ready for this? Here we go.
All right.
Stand up.
Please be seated.
Oh my. Okay, this is a lot different, guys.
Okay, we are back. Almost. Thank you. We are back on the record. State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, CR 2922 2805. Mr. Kohberger is still back in the courtroom. Ms. Taylor is representing him also with Mr. Logston, excuse me. And I have Mr. Thompson, Lake County Prosecuting Attorney representing the state. And with him is Brad Rudley, also the Lake County Prosecutor's Office. So, I'm sorry? Yes, and Mr. Gray. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gray. I was going to get to that because I was going to go in a list with the media, Associated Press et al. Is Ms. Olson here? Is she on Zoom? No, maybe not. Is there a lawyer representing Associated Press et al?
Judge, there's a gentleman trying to talk to you, but he's muted.
Oh, Mr. Carone, you are muted. Well, now I can't hear you. Maybe it's my problem. Barely. Yeah.
The screen is muted.
Okay. Now let's open it up. Okay. Say something, Mr. Carone. Still, I don't know.
This is the courtroom's audio problem. It's not the media, it's the courtroom.
Okay. Are your speakers all the way out, Mr. Carone? Tap it or hit it. Just kidding. Do we have people?
Oh my God.
Take care of this?
He loves this. He knows they're not on the ball here.
Might have him call in.
Oh my God.
Speaker.
They gotta put him on speakerphone on the phone.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Yeah, we're having trouble, Mr. Carone. I don't know. If
They're having problems with the
somebody is trying
Zoom.
to fix that.
Who are those people on the Zoom anyway?
Ms. Masses, excuse me, can I hear you?
Oh my
now?
God,
Say something. Oh yeah,
I don't ever want anyone
What
to
I can
complain
do
about
is
my
I can-
issues again.
Should I just move mine up? And that will pick it up. But then we'll have a big echo. Obviously, I am not very skilled at such things.
Yeah, we know. He knew. BK knew.
Okay. Really sorry for all the delays. There were other things going on before I came into court, and now we have this. So thank you for your patience. Okay, while we're waiting for that, I'm gonna
See, they have people that are supposed to handle this,
Mr.
right?
Gray, who's representing the Gonsalves family. My plan was to go through the variety of motions that each representative has, starting with the Associated Press, then going to the Gonsalves family, and then to the party's counsel, and we'll see where we go. But we're not going to have an 11 o'clock because we're just going to take care of all the scheduling issues now in this hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Whose head is that? Looks like Archibald.
Yeah, let's go off the record until we can fix this. Thank you.
He's wearing a bulletproof vest. I don't see his parents on the Zoom. Oh my God, it's worse than me.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Can you say something, Mr. Perone? We're off the record.
Mr. Corral.
He thinks he's going to mop the floor with these guys. He thinks he's so much smarter than them. I guarantee it.
Fine with me.
What is that picture behind that lady? Hang on, we're going to go full screen.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I can hear you, Mr. Perone. We have an echo now. This is more than my outside voice.
They're laughing.
Okay, is that better? Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Mary Lynn. Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
Oh my God, it's
Let's
Jennifer.
back on the record then.
Bye, Jennifer.
Back on the record, State versus Bryan Kohberger, CR 29222805. I was explaining how the order and the scheduling conference might go, at least my plan. And so I'm going to start with you, Mr. Corone. Your clients have the motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order filed May 1. Also the motion to intervene filed May 1, same date. And now this case is in my hands, so I need to set a hearing. And I'm wondering how far out. I'd like to get some briefs, and this is a message to everybody before the hearing, including I want to hear arguments about whether or not there should be cameras in the courtroom in a high-profile case like this one. So, Mr. Corone, what looks good for you? And let me throw out, knowing that a lot of you were prepared to be here the week of June 26th, that might make sense. But I'll hear from you, Mr. Corone.
Yes, Your Honor. So with our motion to vacate, motion to intervene, we've briefed the merits issues there. I think as the court's aware, we also briefed those issues before the Idaho Supreme Court. So I would think we could be ready to move pretty quickly. We have not briefed the issue about video cameras in the courtroom. So if that's something that you'd like the media coalition to weigh in on as well, we would need to submit a separate brief on that, but we can do that in the week of the 26th. The 26th itself, I'm not available, but the rest of the week would work.
Excellent. And I'll tell you, the reason that I'm bringing up cameras in the courtroom is because if I address that issue, and I haven't let you all know that that might be an issue, then I'm going to get a lot of grief for not allowing you to brief that issue. So that's why I'm giving you an advance notice on that. How do you feel about the afternoon of June 27? given what's happening just quite recently, we might want to do that in person. I'm willing to do it remotely, but then we have to, there are a lot of different interests and different people who want to weigh in on that, so it might be better to be in person. But, does that work for you? Say starting at 1:30, June 27, Mr. Corona?
Yes, Your Honor, that works for me. And Ms. Olson and myself can both come in person. We would have been there today in person, but we found out about the in-person option on Friday, so I apologize for using Zoom today, but we can certainly be there in person. If the court's anticipating hearing from witnesses that day and hold an evidentiary hearing, there may be some witnesses that would want to appear via Zoom if that's okay with the court. I'm not sure if that's even something you're contemplating.
Some of the witnesses are asking
So
if some of the witnesses can go on Zoom.
It's your motion and others' motions. And one of the complaints that I've seen in the briefing is that there's no evidence in the case supporting any of it. You know, we're all kind of moving forward on supposition, I guess. And some of it is obvious, but I think that would be wise. I suppose you could just file declarations, and that's what's been doing, how that's been going. I might, if we're going to have a lot of testimony, I might want to move this back to 10 a.m. just to make sure that we have enough time to get things finished that day. Would that work for you?
Sure. So our position on the evidentiary issue is your summary was correct that we don't believe that there is an adequate factual record at this point, given that it is our motion and it's based on the record that existed when the order was issued. Procedurally, I'm not really sure there is an opportunity for additional evidence to be put forth. I only brought that up because I saw in Mr. Kohberger's opposition to our motion for reconsideration that there was a mention of an expert witness. If that evidence was going to come forward or other evidence, we of course would want the opportunity to cross-examine that individual or whatever individuals might be testifying. But you know, as things currently stand for the record as it exists and the evidence that the media coalition intends to put forward, we included a declaration with their motion. I'm not sure there's really need for us to put out additional evidence, but if that's something the court was going to hear from the state of Mr. Kohberger, then I just wanted to bring that to the court's attention.
Thank you, Mr. Corona. Of course, you'd have the opportunity to cross-examine any witness. All right.
Is that Alex Murdaugh?
We'll stay at 1:30 then.
Is Alex Murdaugh prosecuting?
Now, Mr. Gray, so I'm thinking that maybe we should keep these things together and do them the same day if that works for you and your clients.
Well, Your Honor, I see the issue very clearly different from the AP's motion versus my motion. I think their motion is more of a getting rid of the non-dissemination order, the gag order. My motion is a motion to amend and or clarify some of the issues in the gag order. They have a lot of constitutional different issues that we have. I have some issues that I think are very separate. So I would request a hearing on my own much sooner. I think the court's aware I filed this motion in February on this case, and there was a massive delay based on the fact that previous Judge Marshall was waiting for the Supreme Court to get some clarification regarding the AP's motion that she filed with the Supreme Court. So I'm ready to go when the court's ready to go, but I think our issues are very, very different than that of the AP's motion on this case. So I would request a hearing much sooner than I can do it by the end of this week.
All right. Well, and I recognize this was all pretty short notice for everybody. And I don't know if, let me go back, let me go to Mr. Rudley and then Mr. Logsdon, because they're going to weigh in on that motion as well, I'm assuming. I'm thinking about maybe June 9th would be the soonest I could do this, but Let me go to you, Mr. Boston.
Your Honor, we'd be ready to go and would expect to put on an evidentiary presentation that week of the 26th. To the extent that Mr. Gray wants to have his motion heard ahead of time, and just based on what I've read in it, I mean, obviously, if the court were to agree with some of the things that he says.
Into the mic, I guess.
Sorry. Obviously, if the court were to agree with some of the things that he says and winds up amending the order, that could change everything for everybody else. So to some extent, I think it actually is probably better to do them all at the same time, so the court isn't in piecemeal changing what we're all arguing about. But I would be ready for the night if the court chose to do it that way.
This is not a new
judge likes
issue.
to do things piecemeal. But I also understand that Mr. Gray and his clients have been waiting for a long time now. It's not anybody's fault. It's just how that came down, because the
Supreme Court,
Associated Press et al. Went straight to the Supreme Court in February, early February, and that would trigger a delay, which it did.
Well, they didn't trust Megan.
And it was important, I think, for Judge Marshall to get the direction from the Idaho Supreme Court before we start, chipping away at each order. I don't know if would you be. I mean, I'm okay setting it for June 9th, Mr. Gray, but you may have some testimony happening. You may want to wait until you hear what everybody else is saying. It's likely that there's going to be some adjustments, you might say, or clarifying in the order. Partly in my reading of the Supreme Court's decision. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but there were some hints maybe of what the trial court might want to consider. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Gray.
I was going to say that since this is your gag order now, this non-dissemination order, Your Honor, and in reading my motion, if the court does want to consider making some of the modifications that might have been suggested in my motion, my motion may end up being moot. I think some of my modifications and or clarifications to the non-dissemination order are fairly minor, but allows, and I think the Supreme Court did give some guidance, which I think added weight to my arguments and my motion. So it's not above the court to take a look at my motion as well as any other motions that have been submitted to the court and modify the non-dissemination order, allowing for some of the issues that I've discussed in my motion, and then you would only have the AP who are attacking, I think, the gag order as a whole, the non-dissemination order as a whole. I'm just addressing a couple of clarifications and amendments that would allow myself as an attorney to speak on behalf of my clients regarding the non-dissemination order. And I think it's your order now. So
that's
it's
Shannon Gray right there.
To go and make those changes, and then we wouldn't have an issue with the non-dissemination order at all. So I don't think that's so. Obviously, the 9th, I'd like to keep the 9th because my issues are very small and narrow regarding that non-dissemination order. But if you were to make changes to those ahead of time that I was able to review and it was acceptable, I would withdraw my motion, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gray.
Thank you.
Well, it would be highly unlikely for me to change the order before I hear from counsel, because I don't want to, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. I only want to do this once, and I'm happy to set it for June 9th, maybe 10:30. Does that work for you?
That does, Your Honor.
Okay. Does that work for you, Mr. Rudley?
Yes, Your Honor, it does.
Okay. Mr. Logston?
Make it work, Judge.
Okay. Let's do that in person. Okay. So now we have the June 9th at 10:30. We also have the Associated Press et al. On June 27th at 1:30. I think that works for you, Mr. Rudley?
It does, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, excellent.
Your Honor, may I speak?
Yes, Mr. Corona.
Yeah. Your Honor, I apologize. I may have misunderstood what you said earlier. I was understanding that the week of June 26th was when the court was first available, but if the court is available to hear our motion earlier, we would be available on June 9th as well. I know that our most recent motion is pending more recently, but obviously we've been challenging this since February as well. It's our position that the non-dissemination order violates the Associated Press and Media Coalition's First Amendment rights. Those constitutional violations are irreparable, so we would like our motions to be heard as soon as possible as well. And I suggested otherwise by agreeing with the week of the 26th. That was simply because I misunderstood that was when the court was first available.
Thank you. Only one thing I'll say about that. Irreparable harm goes both ways. And so I was a little bit troubled by that claim without considering the Sixth Amendment considerations. I mean, this is a balancing. The law is clear on this. Okay, it's a balancing test. And when your client says that he's arguing it as the First Amendment is absolute, is also troubling. So I would suggest that maybe the Associated Press needs to tone it down, just ratchet down a little bit, because some of the arguments, including the first line in the motion to intervene, says that the Supreme Court held a certain thing, that I do not think that is what the court held. And you know the difference in a holding of an appellate court. So I just felt obligated to help you out a little bit in terms of what the Associated Press is asking.
He's condescending as hell.
And in the meantime,
this guy's a lawyer.
There's a lot of potential irreparable harm from media that is affecting a fair trial. So
you don't even know their names.
That is really concerning. This is a very high-profile case. So I'm happy to set this on June 9th, too. Okay, how about we set yours at 1:30, so we don't kind of push them all together. Does that work for you, Mr. Rudley?
It does, Your Honor.
Okay, does that work for you, Mr. Logsdon?
Sure, I don't know if we'll have an evidentiary presentation ready by the 9th. That would be my concern.
What?
Certainly try.
Well, let's see, and if that doesn't work out for you, then we'll talk about it. Okay, I just felt the obligation to talk about irreparable harm. Okay, there's a lot of interest here, Mr. Carone, and I think my job, my constitutional responsibility is to consider all of the potential irreparable harms, or all the injuries, or all the harms.
All the harms?
So, I just want, maybe it's appropriate. I was just thinking, I just want to remind everybody, okay, on this particular issue, but all issues at all times, that we all, okay, judges, lawyers, journalists, media generally, have constitutional responsibilities to both the First Amendment and the Sixth Amendment. And what I generally am seeing in the newspaper and the media is no discussion about the importance of the Sixth Amendment. It's just the First Amendment, which is very important. But here's the real reminder. The first sentence of the preamble of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct says that a lawyer, as a member of the legal profession, is a representative of clients, an officer of the legal system, and a public citizen having special responsibility for the quality of justice. We all have that responsibility. And sometimes we push in a hard way for our clients, and that's appropriate. But you have larger responsibilities at the same time. Okay, so we got a hearing 10:30. That's for the Gonzalez family with Mr. Gray. 1:30 is the Associated Press et al. With Mr. Carone. And I think that deals with all the pending motions. For you, Mr. Gray, you articulated what your motion is. So we've addressed that. Correct?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes,
Okay.
yes, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And Mr. Carone, those two issues that are still outliers on your clients, I think that's all we have. The motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order and the motion to intervene. Anything else that we need to address for your clients, Mr. Carone?
No, Your Honor, unless you mentioned the broadcasting issue as well. I'm not sure if you're going to set a separate briefing schedule for that. Obviously, the motions don't follow the briefing schedule wasn't going to follow that. I just didn't know what exactly on that briefing.
I'm going to send a briefing schedule out for everybody. And now, okay, if we're going to do it on June 9th, you don't have very much time to do those briefs. So that's why I was thinking it made a lot more sense to do it at the end of June. But
yeah, he's being a prick.
Think you're ready to do that? I'm willing to hear it. But I want those briefs. We'll say by June 2nd. Response briefs will be due by June 6th. And any reply briefs due by June 8th. So that's going to be rapid briefing. I'm just trying to accommodate everybody. Okay?
Okay.
Got a lot of interest floating around on these issues.
A lot more than that floating around, Judge.
Without forgetting Mr. Kohberger. Primary in this case, right?
He knows how to say that.
All right, so let's move to, and I mean, anybody who's here for Associated Press or Gonzalez family can be excused if you'd like. We're also happy to have you stay. No problem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Carell. All right, so what we have now between the parties is motion to compel, which we're moving out. That was kind of a on and off hearing. Disclosures of grand jury materials while protecting those materials from the public. Extension time to file pre-trial motions after receiving materials from grand jury. I believe those are the motions that we have outstanding. Is this, are you arguing these or scheduling these, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, we can schedule all of those hearings.
Okay, when do you want me to do this?
Your Honor, I think that if the court has June 26th, we can do that. We will be ready to address that round of motions on June 26th.
Excellent. We'll have that 1:30 on June 27th because the Associated Press moved that to the night.
June 27th is just fine for us.
Okay, perfect. 1:30. Okay. Is there anything else we need to address today, Mr. Rudley? Mr. Thompson?
Your Honor, I think the June 27th should work fine. For whatever reason, our office hasn't seen copies of the grand jury trial motions, but I think there was a miscommunication. Those will be prepared.
Okay, great. And certainly if those issues are resolved between counsel, then we won't have to have a hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so anything else we need to address today, Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Watson?
There, thank you.
Okay. Great. So I think Ms. Mastiff has been observing on Zoom. I just wanted to identify her, and also Ms.
Who's that?
Let's see. Oh, I guess Ms. Beatty is too.
Who's that?
Anyway, there are other people on the.
What happened? That's where it ends? Who were those people? What in the funk is going on? Who are they? Why'd they abruptly end it? And we didn't get to hear who that lady is. And why is Jade Logsden all like gangster down? What's he doing? This is the weirdest setup I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God, I cannot. All right, hold on. Is that Jay Logsden's brother or Dale Earnhardt Jr., the guard guy? Oh, is that who you guys were saying looked like the prince? Hi, Jenny. Welcome back. Oh my God, Sam, I can't even. All right, hold on. Let me show you the screenshot I just took. Let's see if we can tell. It looks like Letitia Stout. Damn, that's not that big, is it? Shoot. It looks like Letitia Stout, Kevin McAllister's dad, the courtroom, and then who's that? Bottom right. You guys tell me. Emma Bailey in a hoodie with glasses. Yes, June the 9th. We abruptly ended. Yeah, Murdaugh is the prosecution's attorney. The Bride of Chucky. Crotchberger. Good Lord Almighty. No, judge is top left. Top left is the judge. Below is Letitia Stout. She's got a vacuum cleaner behind her. I think it's a Dyson. And then we have Emma Bailey with glasses and a hoodie with her black hair stuffed in it. And then we have the courtroom above it with Kohberger flanked by Ann Taylor and Jay Logsden. Hey, welcome back, Mary. Jay Logsden. With his earrings. And we've got the, let's go back here. State's attorneys making their appearance. Let's go back and look at that for a second. God, God, this turned into an all-day event, you guys. Yep, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Alec Murdaugh, Santa. I don't know who Logsdon looks like. Taylor, I don't know. But court reporter, I don't know who she looks like. But we got Kevin McAllister's dad and Dale Earnhardt Jr. in on this one. Oops. Yeah, Emma and Dee's hearings. I don't know. We're going to have to look up those records later. Nothing on the exculpatory thing. We were cut off, but let me refresh Enton's Twitter real quick. I love this Sarah Azari Law. She really gives Coffin Daffer a run for her money. Check this out. Coffin Dagger says, Bryan Kohberger stood in silence at the time to enter a plea. He is certainly entitled to stand silent, but I see this as a control move. No one is going to tell me to enter a verdict, is how it came across to me. There is no legal advantage. He knows silence means a not guilty plea will be entered on his behalf by remaining silent. And then this lawyer girl, she always hands her ass. She says, oh, good grief. There absolutely are advantages to standing mute, and I will discuss them on a streaming live Q&A on News Nation. Link to come. No matter what Kohberger would have ended up doing today, those spreading hype would spin it as control, predatory, monstrous, all the things in that narrative that is the antithesis of the guaranteed presumption of innocence. For those of you in the back, Kohberger did not stand mute to exert control. When you learn about the legal strategy behind this, you will know it's for good, not nefarious reasons. And for those of us who are real trial lawyers, standing mute was clearly telegraphed to judge and prosecutor who were not in the least bit surprised. Yeah, nobody likes Coffin Balfour too much anymore. Can see why. Okay, so let's go to Bryan. Nothing. Gag order and cameras addressed on the 9th. 27th is an evidentiary hearing. So I don't think there's going to be anything coming out today anymore. Oh, I know. I love Sarah. Mm-hmm. Oh, Potato. I'm so sorry. I know Potato had to work. She had to miss everything. Everything. Oh, what is that girl's name on Twitter? Let me go back. You guys want to follow her? Sarah Azari. White collar and criminal defense attorney. She's a News Nation legal analyst, TV host, author, informed and opinionated, not here to make friends. She's got 22,000 followers. It's funny because Coffin Dagger is for her too. Is on News Nation. Look at. Here's Coffin Dagger. And look how she puts Coffin Daffer, FBI. So wrong. What we have become, hotels in hashtag New York are receiving $190 a night to house hashtag immigrants from hashtag Mexico, while our hashtag veterans who paid only $90 are displaced to make room for the hashtag aliens. We have no idea of their criminal histories. Hashtag border crisis. Sarah says, am I the only one confused by someone who one day is saddened by how we handle immigrants at the border, while the next assumes and is concerned they have criminal history? The idea of border brown menace is racist and Trey Mega. Sincerely, brown girl. She called her that. Ah! She hands her ayos. Here's another thing. I don't know what that's about. I guess her last paragraph. As you know, commentators are often not privy to source material for good reasons, and have to decide on their own judgment what they want to comment on. We are only responsible for what we say, how we act off and on the record. But she really... Here's Jennifer Coffindagger. I like Judge already. Judge has ordered the names of the witnesses who testified at the grand jury to be sealed. This is appropriate to prevent these witnesses from being harassed and for their safety. Look at the harassment that occurs on Twitter when someone doesn't agree. In the real world, the stakes are far too high not to look out for those who have done what few will ever do, testify against another. If they're subpoenaed, they have to. What is she talking about? What is she talking about? And this is the same woman, Jennifer Coffindagger. She commented on a nasty tweet about me. And this bitch don't even know me. And she's going to cry about harassment? Get the fuck on out of here. Get on out of here with that shit. Oh my God. The Dateline episode was incredible. You did an excellent job. Oh my God. I like your steady approach to this. Agreed. I won't respond or allow negative or personal attacks on this page. Plenty of drama and bullying on the other pages. Not good to be a part of that. Really? God, these people, it's like, what is with anybody who has News Nation or Nexstar affiliations? Let's look at something for a minute here. Can I search my own tweets? I want to show you what Jennifer Coffindagger said about me. It's insanity. Oh my God, I can't stand these people. And you know what? I've had it. They talk out of both sides of their mouths. Oh my God, I don't know how to find shit on here. But I'm telling you, she responded to somebody's shiz and I got a response. Or I got a notification rather. And it was like, so-and-so, Jennifer Coffindagger replied in a tweet you're tagged in or something. I was like, what? And I went and read it and she was like, someone accused me of stealing their timeline on some case. I think it was Kylie Rodney or something. Yeah, it was Kylie Rodney. And she's like, I'm so sorry they did that to you. People are so horrible. Or something along those lines. And I was like, really, lady? Who are you? See, and this is what everything's about. Look at this is from January 6th. This is News Nation, aka Next Star, whatever. Congratulations to TV Ashley for pulling in 50K viewers in the 25 to 54 demo last night. Likely a record for her show. Sharp insight and relentless coverage of Idaho, not to mention her interview with the Gonsalves family last night, surely playing a role. Day by day, we grow. This is Next Star. This is what they tweet. Them against everyone else. 25 to 54-year-old demographic. If you want to bag on me or other YouTubers for we're having ads, you know how people come in, oh my God, your ads or whatever. This is all about ratings. See their viewers? See this? This is what it's all about, folks. Follow the mighty dollar. Follow the money. We're moving on up. And this is not even new. This is January 6th. Yep. Craziness. All right. Sorry. I get on my rants. I'm so sorry, but it infuriates me. It really infuriates me. Okay. Let's get back. Let me see if I can find where she. Yeah, I don't think it's here. Who is that guy, too? Who's he? Who is he? That looks all Photoshopped to me. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. But just trust me on it. Just your trust to me. Just your trust to me. All right. So anyhow, this is where we're at, okay? We have June 9th. We have our next hearing. And this is Lisa something or other. She must be... Is she Bethany's attorney? Is that Lisa chick? Trying to make out who's in that courtroom, but you really can't. And Bryan Kohberger's just staring straight ahead. Just a very, very weird scene today. Very weird scene. Yes, and the shizzle starts October 2nd. The trial shizzle. Type in your name and her name. Okay, let me try that. We'll try that before we go. And then before we go, though, we're going to check the LATA thing, and then we will sign off. So put J is for Justice Jennifer Coffin Daffer. Yeah, I didn't get anything. I got a chicken. Oh my gosh. Okay. Who is behind her? I'm trying to figure that out. Is her Lady Justice sitting on top of a thermos? What is that? Dude, this is the weirdest setup I've ever seen in my life. Can I just say that? Not that I've seen a whole lot of setups, but this is just effing weird. All right, let's go to our Latah County jail roster and see what's going on. Whoops. Latah County jail roster. Here we go. Let's see if we've got any newbies. This is always the highlight of our day. This is for you, Mandy girl. For you. Okay. And I have to come on camera for this, always. Ooh, we do have someone new. Jeffrey Cluck. Get the funk out of here. Jeffrey Dwayne Cluck. Drugs. Idaho Vandals sweatshirt. Make it make sense. Are you effing kidding me? No, nothing's on their site. They're very slow with putting things on the cases of interest. Nothing for either case updated yet. No, ma'am. Nathan is not new. Oh, Jasmine Elliott. Jasmine Elliott. Drugs. John's been there. Rachel. Rachel's new. Not much to say about Rachel, except drugs. Nicholas Jean is still there. Oh, Grayson. Grayson. Why does that name sound familiar? Grayson? Wilmot. You guys got a deep dive on this one. I got to know what this dude did. Grayson. Greyson. Grayson. Wilmot. Wilmot. Last name Haug. Hogg. Grayson Wilmot Hogg. Grayson Wilmot Hogg. Oh my God. Stephen Caleb Henderson is a new one. Grand theft. Jerome's been there. Oh, and here's Mandy's man. Joshua Warren Hewitt. Whoop whoop. Joey Bag of Donuts. Shelly Shaw. Ooh, Jonathan Michael Payne. Jonathan Michael. Drugs. Justin Heath Olson. No report. Looks like Anthony Tote. Cheyenne Moore. Drugs. Brownwyn. She's been there. Callie. She's been there. Oh, we got a new one. Wow. Okay. Alexandra. Lena. Linus. And there's nothing there. Alexandra. Lena. Linus. Interesting, huh? And then last but not least, oh no, we got more. Kohberger, Joshua Jabeth, and Ricky Sly. Ricky Sly High Eagle. And that's it. Justin Heath. I don't know. Sam, this is what we do. Justin Heath Olson is from the Moose Bar Body Cam? Really? Wait, where was he at? Where's Justin Heath? Oh, this dude? Really? Oh, I just got goose pimples. This is the guy from LMFAO. Sorry for party rockin'. Do you think he's related to the Payne brothers? Different Payne? Pain in the ass? This dude here? What did he do in the body cam? I don't remember. Looks like Justin ate the crime scene evidence. Potato, it's so good to see your name here. I'm not sure. I'm waiting for you guys to tell me what was Justin Heath Olsen doing in the... Oh, is he the guy that they said was drunk and he would cause problems? I know, she has to pay attention at work. Boo! I like that name, Incognito Sugar. So Justin Heath Olsen, wasn't he also... Oh, I remember looking up him. Yes. Wasn't he a cop? Was he a cop or no? Before we end, I want to shout out our new members. We've got Leah, Mike Drop-In, Hellcat. I don't know if they're all still here, but they became loungers today. Nicole K, Patrick, Robin. Those are all new loungers or reoccurring loungers as well. And I want to thank you guys all for your super chats today. It's been a long freaking day. After traveling all day yesterday, woo! I am ready to get up and move around. I am exhausted, but sitting here. Someone said earlier, you need to move around. And my lighting is terrible. So anyways, thank you guys. This was great to watch it with you guys. And we will absolutely be posting in the community section and in Facebook and Twitter if any new documents are released today. And if any no more videos come out, I will go live and show you, but I'm not expecting anything else. Oh, Robin upgraded. See, it doesn't tell me. It just says that you became a member. And thank you for having patience with me. I appreciate it. Goodbye forever, CEO. Thank you. And drive safe if you're driving home. This is for you guys. And I know. I'm still J is for justice, though. All right, you guys. Let's see if we have our Dance It Out saved in here. Let me see. Oh, I don't. So we are going to just end it. Actually, we're going to play no, we're just going to end it. So awkward. How about we do this? We're going to dance out to this song called Jet Lag. All right. All right. I'll see you guys. Take care. Stay safe. All that good jazz. And like if you do, subscribe if you want notifications, click that bell. I appreciate you guys so much. Stay safe. Love you. Bye-bye.
Sorry.